انا انا بتكلم في المايك، سامعني؟ واصل الصوت للخيمه؟ Test, test, test. Can you hear me in the tent? Yeah. الطريق مقفول؟ شغال.
Work. Oh, this doesn't. Hello? Oh, okay, I have the mic. I was looking for where the mic is. Left hand, right? Yeah. All right, okay, line up. Okay, good. You're doing a wonderful job here. We're about to walk to the contest area. Yep. Let's go. Mohammed says, let's go. Okay, Mohammed, I'm going to turn the mic on for you to lead on now. If we don't have music, you'll have to sing,
You know, I can dance, but singing is it's a problem. Because everybody will be hurt with my voice.
Test.
So good luck, everybody. Yeah. We hope all teams solve all problems.
Test.
So it's a hope.
Teams are on their way.
We have a small problem with the budget. So we talked to the judges to make all the problems very hard. So no need for balloons and helium. So if you see the problem set is hard, that's because we don't have balloons. I hope you enjoyed the fun part, the opening, and all what we are doing for you. And looking forward for the best part at the competition. You like the problem set as well. Remember, we are here to celebrate all the teams because you're the best of the best of the best. Be ready, everybody, for the fun part, the competition. Just calm down and concentrate. Why you are in a hurry? You need the shade. We keep you for our 1 hour here. Welcome to the Future Factory. Bill? Here.
Oh. Yeah. Here we are. Too tense. All right. Okay. All right, we're all. Yeah. Okay, we're doing what?
I tell everybody that ice block trick.
Okay.
Wait.
Go ahead and do
Wait,
it because we've
wait.
got to bring teams in now. Okay, you want to stand by me and we'll read out the cards. Okay.
Now, please welcome the teams competing today in the 46th and 47th ICPC World Finals Championship.
University of Walkthroughs.
Well, we have to do something different. The University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign.
University of Electronic Science and Technology of China.
The University of Alberta.
Tianjin University.
Northwestern Polytechnical University.
Moscow State University.
Indian Institute of Technology, ISM, Donbad.
University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Union University Faculty of Computer Science.
Ghulam Ishaq Khan Institute of Engineering Science and Technology.
Tishreen University.
Hangzhou Dinzan University.
Instituto Tecnológico Autónomo de México.
Yerevan State University.
Universidad Federal de Campina Grande.
Institut Superior de Informatique.
Universidad Federal de Pernambuco.
Nanjing University of Post and Telecommunications.
Columbia University.
Universidad Tecnológica Nacional Faculté Regional San Fe.
Ho Chi Minh City International University.
IIT Delhi.
Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv.
National University of Science and Technology, MISIS.
Jinan University.
Universidad de la Scenic Informatique.
Hanoi University of Science and Technology.
University of Washington.
Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
National Research University, Higher School of Economics.
Free University of Tbilisi.
Russia University of Engineering and Technology.
Zhejiang Normal University.
École Polytechnique.
Universidad Autónoma de Nuevo León.
Universidad de Sao Paulo, Campus de Sao Carlos.
Zhongshan Sun Yat-sen University.
IIT Bush-Naswar.
Ural Federal University.
Rotrix University.
The Chinese University of Hong Kong Shenzhen.
Nizhang Novgorod State University.
National Institute of Technology Triki.
Berla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani Campus.
Uzhhorod National University.
Universidad de Sao Paulo.
The British University in Egypt.
Indian Institute of Technology, Rocky.
Universitas Indonesia.
Indian Institute of Technology, Varanasi.
Beijing Institute of Technology.
University of Science and Technology of China.
ADA University.
Kharkiv National University of Radio Electronics.
Applied Science Private University.
Carnegie Mellon University.
Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport, Alexandria.
Instituto de Matenda por do Aplicada.
Universidad Nacional de Córdoba, FAMAF.
The
Institute of Information Technology, Hyderabad.
Innopolis University. Now, 40 teams from 47.
University Nacional de Rosario.
Ghulam Ishaq Khan Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology.
Instituto Militar de Ingeniería.
University of Toronto.
Universidad Federal de Minas Gerais.
Belarusian State University of Informatics and Radio Electronics.
Hong University of Science and Technology.
Carleton College.
Novosibirsk State University.
Central South University.
University of California, Irvine.
Nazarbayev University.
Universidad Panamerica Campus, Bonatara.
Universidad de Guangzhou DCNE.
Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani Campus.
Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur.
National Research Nuclear University, MEPHI, Moscow Engineering Physics Institute.
Universidad Mayor de San Simon.
Tokyo Institute of Technology.
Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi.
Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay.
Universidad de Porto.
The University of Hong Kong.
University of Electronics, Science and Technology of China.
Charles University.
Benfica Universidad Catalonia de Chile.
Shandong University.
Saratov State University.
University of Bergen.
Jacques Zellon University in Caracol.
University of Maryland.
University of Science and Technology of China.
University of California, Berkeley. Universidad de Costa Rica.
Hunan University.
BRAC University.
Carnegie Mellon University.
Facultad de Ciencias University Nacional Autónoma de Mexico.
Lund University.
University of Bucharest.
Syrian Virtual University.
University of Belgrade.
Lviv National University.
BITS Pilani Hyderabad Campus.
Universidad de Brasilia.
Universidad Estadual de Campinas.
Indian Institute of Technology, Karagopur.
Kyoto University.
Southern University of Science and Technology.
Universidad of Novi Sad.
Universitas Indonesia.
New York University. Taras Shevchenko National University of Kiev.
Brigham Young University.
University of California, San Diego.
Kazakh British Technical University.
Yafet University.
Universidad de la Hanapia.
Higher Institute for Applied Sciences and Technology.
UNSW Sydney.
Alia Jacta University. Hey. No. Belarusian State University. Go that way.
Peking University.
Escuela Superior de Computo Institut Politécnico Nacional.
Sanghu University.
Nanyang Technological University.
Songseo University.
Albath University.
American University of Beirut.
University of California, Los Angeles.
Neopolis University, Paphos.
National University of Singapore.
Indian Institute of Technology, Madras.
Shanghai Jiaotong University.
Nanjing University.
Zhejiang University.
ETH Zurich.
Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology.
National Taiwan University.
St. Petersburg ITMO University.
Ain Sham University, Faculty of Computer and Information Science.
Ain Shams University, Faculty of Computer and Information Sciences. And
Again.
École Normale Supérieure de Paris. Is it up? What? Oh, more teams. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't want to miss a train.
Universidad de Guajala, CUCEI.
University of Science, VNU, HCM.
And more teams to come.
Okay.
It seems they are very old. Run, 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 run.
Purdue University.
National Yangming Chai Tuan University.
And the University of Central Florida. Once and again. And the other 3,200 universities are watching ICPC Live.
The University of Tokyo.
Ew. KAIST.
Seoul National University.
Harbor Space University, Barcelona campus. Venus Nusantara University.
Al-Azhar University.
University of Cambridge.
University of Cambridge again.
The University of Engineering and Technology, VNU. Is
More to come. You know, as we said yesterday, we have many teams this year, and we are happy to have them. So, more to come.
oh, more to come. Excellent.
University of Oxford.
Astana IT University.
Bihang University. Please do not touch anything. The food and the water on your table is for picture, not for eating. Please do not touch anything. Universidad
Jordan University of Science and Technology.
National Sandhurst University.
National Singhua University.
The Harabi Ambani Institute of Information and Communication Technology, Gandhar. Moscow State University.
No, okay. Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
MIT. Indian Institute of Technology, Jodhpur.
Universidad Nacional de Colombia, Bogotá.
National Research University, Economics.
University of Texas at Austin.
Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology.
University of Dhaka. Università de Pizza.
University of Melbourne.
University of Melbourne.
And more to come.
And more to come.
Infinite number of teams. Indian Institute of Technology, Indore.
Janapur University, Kolkata.
Universidad Federal of Rio de Janeiro.
Damascus University.
Georgia Institute of Technology.
St. Petersburg State University. Georgia Tech.
University of Luxor.
Stanford University.
And more to come.
German University in Cairo.
our Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport, Cairo.
Cairo University Faculty of Computers and Artificial Intelligence.
Asyut University. University of Warsaw.
And St. Petersburg campus.
And
welcome to
the ICPC 20. So let's take a round of applause for each contest. So welcome to the 46th ICPC World Final. Welcome to the 47th ICPC World Final. And as always, John say, please do not touch anything.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohammed. At this time, I'd like to reintroduce the World Finals Contest Director, Osama Ismail.
أهلا بكم مرحبا بكم في مصر. Welcome to Egypt.
and a half glass of water.
Good luck today in the contest. And let me say, I wish you all the best of luck. May your minds be sharp, your teamwork be seamless, and your efforts be rewarding but with triumph. Best of luck to each and every one of you. I hope that you are going to stay, to enjoy your stay in Egypt. Luxor, again, good luck to all of you, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Osama. Before we get started, we have a few important announcements to make, starting with, I apologize. I developed a case of laryngitis from all the excitement. So, as we said yesterday, your safety is really important to us. So, in the unlikely event that there would be a need to evacuate the tent, all the spectators should go out the doors behind you. All of the World Finals 46 contestants should go toward the spectators and down out through the tent door in that side. All of the 47 contestants should go to the back of the tent and out the door on that side. Hopefully, we won't have any need to do that. A reminder, there are no electronic devices allowed on the floor. We had a few people yesterday that inadvertently brought their cell phones out. If you have a cell phone, a smartwatch, a calculator, anything like that, this is your last opportunity to give it up. If we find it during the contest, you will be disqualified. A reminder that this includes earbuds. You cannot wear electronic earbuds of any kind. Hats are okay as long as your ears are uncovered. Teams may not use any printed documents other than their team reference document. Contestants are not allowed to communicate with anyone except their team members and the World Finals contest staff. That would be the people with black shirts or the people with white shirts. We make the assumption that you have already read and are familiar with all of the statements in the World Finals rules, the judging notes, and the judging notes addendum, as well as the technical notes. It's your responsibility to have already read those. Please make sure your badges are on and properly visible. Spectators. Once the contest starts, the spectator area is a quiet zone. You may have all conversations you want as long as it's outside the tent. Quiet zone in the spectators area during the contest. Once again, for those people who might need to use the restroom, spectator restrooms are out these doors behind you. Finals 46 contestants, your restrooms are out the doors over on that side. Finals 47 contestants, your restrooms are in the doors over on that side. Once the contest starts, you may move the hardware on your table. You can adjust the position of the monitor, the keyboard, and the mouse, but you may not touch the computer. You also are responsible. If you move any of your hardware and it breaks it, we'll try and fix it, but we make no guarantees. Also, you may not block or move or adjust the webcams in front of your workstation. You may not do anything that would affect any other team. You may not do any network operations. Do not do anything that attempts to connect to any other computer anywhere on the planet. Teams are allowed to print small jobs. A few pages is a small job. Do not print large jobs. Do not print the scoreboard. If you do so, at a minimum, your job will be discarded. At worst, it will be considered an attempt to swamp the contest system and make you subject to disqualification. A reminder that notification of accepted runs may be suspended at the appropriate time to keep the final results secret. A general announcement will be made at the time the scoreboard is frozen. The default freeze time for the scoreboard for this contest is 1 hour from the end of the contest. Teams will continue to get notifications of rejected runs during the contest, but no other teams will be aware of the contest. When the countdown clock reaches 0, you may open the packet underneath your keyboard. Not now. Don't touch that thing. But when the contest starts, you can open it, and the first thing you should do is make sure that you have the problem set for the contest that you are in. The header at the top will say the contest that problem set applies to. If you're in the 46 contest, make sure you got the 46 problem set. If you're in the 47 contest, make sure you got the 47 problem set. At this time, I'd like to invite back to the stage ICPC Executive Director Bill Poucher, World Finals Executive Director Mohammed Fouad, World Finals Director Osama Ismail, and ICPC Foundation Chief Operating Officer Melinda Gage.
Okay,
and her
we're
tyke. And +1.
plus one. Okay, let's see.
We're missing Osama.
Osama. Osama? Oh, here we go.
There he comes. Okay.
Hello?
I'm a witness. You're the guy who starts your competition,
No,
Osama.
actually, we need to ask them a very important question.
Here.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, are we early?
Yeah, no. It's 14 minutes, so we have like to spend these 14 minutes asking them the same question. So 46 contestants. Are you ready? No, I can hear it. You have better than that. 46. Are you ready? Let's see, 47. 47. Are you ready? Oh, it seems the team is not ready. Okay, you can sit in the bathroom. Still be ready and then come back. Relax. Okay, so 46 and 47. We need the time machine to run quickly. So it needs your voice. Contestants, are you ready? I think John.
That was
Yeah,
pretty
that
good.
was
I think
yeah.
we're ready.
Then
I think it's time for another ICPC time warp. One minute to go. And the ICPC 2023 World Finals in Luxor starts in, everybody count with me, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to the 46th and 47th annual ICPC World Finals. I'm Second Thread and I'm here with Andrew Heath, and we'll be your commentators for the English stream today. If you prefer a stream in a different language, we have those available too, but you can find those on your own.
Yeah, we have 6 languages this year, which might be an all-time high, but this is going to be an exciting year. So this event This event is called the 46th and 47th ICPC World Finals. And it's called that because these teams actually qualified. This is a double-sized event, and these teams qualified in 2022 and 2023. That was because of pandemic delays. Those events haven't happened until now.
I believe this is by far the largest World Finals we've ever had. Probably ever will have, at least for the short-term foreseeable future.
Yeah.
How many teams do we have here, Andrew?
I believe we have 131 in the 46th and 137 in the 47th.
So
there
over
are
160,
260
or 250
teams all together in this event.
All the teams just got access to their problem sets. They're looking through them now to try and find the easiest problem. And in ICPC, we have a tradition of giving a gold balloon to the global first solve. I assume, but don't know for sure whether they'll have 2, one for each World Finals. There's also rumors of some shared problems between the divisions.
Right. I believe the 2 problem sets.
Rumors of some shared problems between the divisions.
Right. I believe the two problem sets are definitely not the same.
Yeah, it's much smaller than usual.
That's not that small.
No? Okay.
11. Okay, I have problem sets too.
Welcome back. We're 2 minutes into contest, and we got to first submit on problem W. We'll see the verdict on this soon. From Seoul National University.
So it looks like, looking at the scoreboards, if any of you guys want to access the scoreboards, it's just available at scoreboard.icpc.global. And looking at the scoreboards, the problems are also available there. So the 46th has problems P through Z, and the 47th will have problems A through K. So this is 11 problems in each set, and we are not sure how many are shared, if any.
Looks like we got a wrong answer on problem A in the 47th World Finals as well. Still waiting on the first AC, but hopefully we'll get to take a look at them soon and
yeah,
it does see if these are really the most approachable.
It does look like problem W and problem A are actually the same problem. They're both called Riddle of the Sphinx.
Ooh, do you want to talk about it?
Sure. Why don't we talk about it? Do you want to pull it up really quickly?
Yeah, let's.
We can. You can pull it up, and I'll start reading the problem.
Okay.
So one of the most remarkable landmarks in Egypt is the Great Sphinx of Giza, a statue depicting a mythical lion with the head of a human, body of a lion, wings of an eagle. Sphinxes. In this problem, we're given a different Sphinx who has a. So the classic riddle of the Sphinx is, what creature has one voice, 4 feet in the morning, 2 feet in the afternoon, and 3 feet at night? And the answer is it's a man, because you crawl as a baby, walk on 2 feet as an adult, and have a cane when you get older. So the question here is, how many legs do an axex, a basilisk, and a centaur have? And so the Sphinx, the Sphinx lets you ask questions, and you can ask 5 questions, and each question you can ask something like, how many legs do 3 basilisks and 1 axex have in total? Or how many legs do 5 centaurs have?
So there are 3 different types of animals.
There are 3 different types of animals.
Yeah.
And we want to find out how many legs each. We want to find out how many legs they have in total. So 1 of each has in total. And what we can ask is we can ask for any combination of animals. For instance, 3 basilisks and 1 axex. How many legs do they have in total? And we can ask 5 such questions, but one of them, the Sphinx may lie when responding to you. So you get to ask 5 questions,
so
see the responses. It's interactive.
Wonderful.
You ask 5 questions, see the responses, and then you have to output the number of legs that each of the 3 animals has. And so I guess how many correct submissions do we have on this so far? We have a few submissions, and all of them are wrong so far. No one has solved this correctly, right?
So I guess first question, are there any restrictions on, I guess at a high level, what are you trying to find the answer to?
We're trying to find the number of legs that each
of the 3 animals
of the 3 animals has. Yeah.
And you can ask for this many of A, this many B, this many C.
Yeah.
How many are there total?
Yeah.
And you need to know how many, what is A, what is B, what is C?
What is A, what is B, and what is C? Yeah.
Are there any restrictions on being able to ask the same question multiple times? I guess that would never help.
I think you can, but I think the danger is that if the Sphinx doesn't lie to you in either of those questions, then you've essentially wasted a question.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I think it's best to ask different questions, but the question, it's still not entirely clear how these questions, so that you can guarantee, even if they're not all consistent, you can still get the answer. Because essentially the 4th question, since 3 is enough, the 4th is kind of a checksum, right?
Yeah.
And the 5th is like a verification. How you fix your checksum or
exactly,
something.
Yeah.
There are a few other things to keep in mind. One of them is that you can change your questions based on the Sphinx's previous answers. So maybe.
Oh, so you ask 1, then get a response.
Right. So maybe you should ask 4 questions, and then based on those 4 answers, you ask a different 5th question.
Is there any? So they guarantee the A, B, and C are all integers.
They guarantee that the the actual counts of legs are integers. I think
there's
they
no
could be
limit
large.
on how big they could be.
And the questions you ask can be at most 10. You can only have at most 10 of each creature when you ask a
Interesting.
question.
Okay.
So I don't think you can play any tricks with just asking huge numbers and hoping that it works. By the way, the first solves have actually occurred.
Oh, look at this.
In the 46th contest, and I believe the global first solve actually was not on this problem. It was actually on problem Y.
From MIPT?
From actually the...
Or did we miss it?
We actually missed the global first solve. The global first solve was from Oxford.
Wow,
The
congratulations.
second solve was from Nizhny Novgorod, and then ITMO and MIPT. And so there are actually 4 solves on Y. But let's finish talking about W first.
It's an interesting problem. I'm naturally drawn to just the 1 0 0 0 1 0
Right.
and then 0 0 1.
Right. This seems like
If these all are consistent, that means you're right. You're done, right? Surely.
Yes, because
If any of these,
Yes.
you can't change 2 of them. If you did
if
change
two
one,
of
you'd have
them,
to change the sum.
Yeah. Yes.
So if these are consistent, otherwise you don't know which one is wrong.
Yes.
So I guess, yeah, you really have no idea.
But now one thing we can do is we can ask 210.
210.
So, I'm not sure. I'm trying to think this through. But you kind of you know what the sum is supposed to be, right?
Yeah.
And so the sum differs from one of the inputs by some amount, right?
Let's do an example here.
Yeah.
So let's say A is 3,
Yeah.
B is 5,
Yeah.
C is 10.
Yeah.
So this would be 3, 5, 10, 18.
Yeah.
And then this would be, what, 11?
Right. Well, let's think about the case if
But one's lying.
one of them is a lie. So maybe we instead of getting 5, we get like 7, right?
Okay.
So if the 7 is a lie, now we know that our sum is off by 2, right?
Yeah.
And so when we ask 210, the Sphinx has to tell the truth, right?
Yeah.
And so we'd get so what we'd get is we'd get the sum.
Oh, so we can get what we'd expect, I guess, and we can see how much less it is.
Something like that.
And it's either off by 2, off by
Or it's
4,
off by,
off
like-
by 0.
Yeah, it's either like plus from the sum, minus from the sum, or equal to the sum. So, maybe we try and do 3, 2, 1. That might be the easiest.
Okay. I mean, it's the same sort of thing, right?
It's the same sort of thing. So 3, 2, 1. Sorry. No, that's not right. Huh. So the point is that we know that either the sum was high by 2, or
they lied about the.
one of the numbers, and that number was too high, too high, right?
Yeah. So,
Or too. Yeah. Either the sum is
the
supposed to be
is
too
the lie?
higher, or
Yeah.
one of the numbers is supposed to be too lower. Right.
Either the sum is supposed to be too higher, yeah, or one of the numbers should exactly. Yeah.
So, I want to take something which,
Well, I guess we can see what we would expect for this, right? For the 11,
yes, right,
we would expect 13.
right. We'd expect 13 if our thing was correct. And so, what we can do is we can compare the difference between 13 and 11 versus the sum and what we expect the sum to be, you know?
Yeah.
And if one of the input numbers was lying, right, we would expect. Okay, so
I guess are there constraints on the weights or on the number of legs?
not really. It's up to 10.
How's OBS doing?
Okay. Cool. Yeah, in the second round, there's the easiest problem. We can pull up the scoreboard really quickly. So in the 46th round, there's been solves on W, there's been solves on Y, and there's also been a couple solves on P. In the 47th round, there have been solves on A, which is equal to W.
Okay.
We'll have
makes
to keep
sense.
that in mind. And then there's also been solves on I and a smattering of other problems. So maybe we should take a look at I next.
Yeah. Does it happen to be equivalent to 1 in 47?
Nope, it's a 3D geometry problem. I see
Oh
a
my
sphere
goodness.
on my screen.
All right, let's take a look at it.
Oh boy. The Jth step. Oh, it might not actually be a 3D geometry problem, but we'll see. We can take a look. So this problem seems to be... Oh, here we have MIPT screen. They're one of the
problem
teams
G?
that has solved A and I, and they are working on... Which problem is that?
They have problem G.CPP open.
So, right, G has 2 solves already, so G does look like a good candidate. MIPT currently is in the lead. They're the only team to have solved 2 problems, both A and I. They actually solved I only 4 minutes after solving A. So I'm not sure if they had already started typing it or if they just worked it out on paper and it was very fast to implement. But we can kind of we can take a quick glance at what they're coding. Yeah, let's take a look at problem I. So here we have a planet, and the planet slowly rotates.
Okay.
And it rotates in steps of d degrees at a time.
This eclipse themed?
Sorry?
Is it eclipse themed?
It is not eclipse themed. It is water themed
Oh, okay.
or something.
All right.
And so we have a bunch of slices of equal height. We have n slices. So okay, the planet rotates d degrees at a time, and we have n slices, and then spherical quadrilateral. So the whole surface has been covered. So we're trying to compute the sides that are parallel to the equator are longer. Well, the sides. Okay, so we have a planet,
So
and
by a spherical quadrilateral, they're talking about like this thing here.
right,
Where the top
Yeah.
and bottom are, well, I guess all 4 of these are
different.
angles of a circle. They're like
Right.
parts of a circle
Yeah.
on a sphere.
So the sides that are parallel. Triangles. Next d degrees of rotation. Slice is partitioned into areas. The areas.
So yeah, basically these side lengths are longer than these ones, basically.
Right. And so it seems like this is about calculating surface area on a sphere, which seems very
This has been solved?
non-trivial. But let's read on.
So how do we know if something is covered by water or not?
So pretty much the sphere is divided into an n by m grid. Okay.
Yeah.
D is just 360 degrees over m. And it's divided into this n by m grid by kind of these lines of latitude and longitude.
Okay.
And for each grid cell, we're given the percentage that's covered in water.
And
we want to find the total amount that's covered in water.
So
And-
really, all you need to know is how much does each of these grid cells contribute to the surface of the entire sphere.
Right. So we need to calculate the surface area of one of these grid cells, which is interesting. These segments are split into segments of equal height. I'm not actually totally sure what height means in this situation. I'm not sure if that's great circle height or if that's.
I mean, what they show on the left seems to be y axis.
Right. So real y-axis,
Like real
which is actually
y-axis,
not
yeah.
latitude. That's
little
latitude is
confusing.
angular.
Yeah.
And this is by z coordinate, and we need to calculate. Yeah, we need to essentially calculate the surface area which is contributed from that little segment.
Because the angular x's are all the same,
Yeah.
those don't contribute at all.
Those
So
don't
really,
change. Yeah.
all we're interested in is like what is the relative surface of each y.
Of each band, right? So
Yeah.
the first one is probably smaller. I'm actually not sure.
Like, yeah, what is the surface area of this cap?
Yeah.
So you're interested in this cap here, and then this cap here,
Right.
and so on.
Right. And so
And I
on.
think this is, well, certainly for a lot of teams, this is just book code.
I have never
because
had any 3D geometry in my book code, but
We
it
have
should
had-
be possible.
there was a World Finals problem like this once, where I think we're interested in the caps of a sphere.
Right.
I think this was the past World Finals problem one year.
Right. Well,
Um,
the volume of a cap of the sphere is actually easier to calculate than the
Than the
surface
surface area?
area, I think. So the surface area is like a little bit strange to calculate. I think we can just take an integral. The surface area of a sphere roughly it's related to the arc length, but you integrate the arc length over like the you have like radius, you have a radius square term because like it's rotating, because it's a
So you have like
it's a rotation through space.
So you're rotating this semicircle like around
Yeah.
the axis, and then you
Yeah.
want like an integral from -1 to whatever to x
Right.
of this area as it's rotated.
No, not that area, because that's
that's the volume. Yeah.
So it's like the arc length.
Of this.
It's the arc length times the radius, right?
That is messy. Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe you do it in polar coordinates, like relative to, you actually change it to latitude coordinates so that it's cleaner.
Oh yeah.
Um,
So I guess in latitude coordinates.
it's like the arc length is theta, and then the area it sweeps out is cosine. So you need to integrate like theta times, so cos theta d theta, I guess. Which is
And so-
actually sounds very reasonable. That's just sine theta. We need to
wanna draw
integrate
for
sine
this?
theta. Yeah. So what we need to integrate, the way the integral works is if we consider just like a small sliver, right? And we want to integrate this little bit swept out over the curve, right?
Yeah.
So what we need to integrate is this length. So this is L, and this L equals d theta. So here we're using a bit of an abusive notation. This angle is theta, and this little angle is d theta. This is kind of like the way to think about integrals as like as just summing together a lot of little pieces. So d theta is your difference. So this is d theta times r times the radius.
Yeah.
And then this angle, which is how much we sweep it by, is is cos theta, or sine theta, right? And what we need is we need to integrate, I won't write the bounds here, but we need to integrate sine theta
Sine theta r, right?
times 2 pi, this is r sine theta times 2 pi, times, so this radius is r sine theta,
Yeah.
so the circumference is 2 pi r sine theta.
Yeah.
So it's 2 pi, all 2 pi r, and then there's another r from here. So 2 pi r squared sine theta d theta. I keep moving my hand to avoid covering the screen, but actually that
Yeah.
doesn't matter here.
Yep.
So 2 pi r squared sine theta d theta, and for the whole circle, it'd be integrating from minus pi to pi. Is
Which
that
we still want to integrate across the whole circle, but
from minus pi over 2 to pi over 2, right? Sorry, this is the, I'm just,
this is theta.
yeah, this is theta from minus pi over 2 to pi over 2.
So we're probably interested in like 0 to some
Right, we're
constant.
interested in minus pi over 2 to something. But I just want to sanity check really quickly that this thing actually equals
Surface area of the sphere.
the surface area of the sphere, which we know is 4 pi r squared. So this is 2 pi r squared, and then this integral is cos theta, right? And so it's cos from -1 to 1, which is 2. Cos from minus pi over 2 is -1, and then cos at pi over 2 is 1.
Is the integral of sine cos? I thought it was negative cos.
Sorry, this is from 0 to pi. Whoops. Let me just erase this. This is from 0 to 2 theta. 0 to pi, and the integral of sine from 0 to pi is 2.
Sure.
Yes, I think. Yeah. Sounds right to me.
I'd believe it.
Yeah, it's cosine evaluated at 0, which is 1, and then cosine, negative cos.
Yeah.
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 So
Okay.
it's yeah. Okay. Great. Okay, we have that sorted out. So this is correct now, and so now we just have to integrate. This is equal to equals 2 pi r squared times. So I guess if we have a particular theta, so let's just say this is like theta star, right? Instead of pi. We're still integrating from 0 to theta star, and this is times. Well, cos 0 is -1, right? And this is cos theta star minus 1, or 1 minus cos theta star. Yes.
Not to get in the way of the 3D geometry math, but we got some dark greens here to mention real quick. CMU in the 46th has dark green on Q, putting them in first place with 3 problems. DU has a dark green on T, putting them in 20th place with 2 problems. And we also have a dark green on problem H in the 47th World Finals from University of Toronto. Their first problem of the day.
Right.
We can continue with the math.
Yeah, so coming back to this, the integral is actually cos theta, which is actually just the height. Oh, undo. How do I undo? Which is actually just the height. So this number is actually just this height. And so actually it turns out that the surface area of a sphere, if you divide it into segments of equal height, actually they have the same surface area. So we did all this math.
Really?
And it seems like the answer was just to take the average
Just
of
take the
all
average
numbers
of the
in input.
numbers. Oh my goodness. I wonder if they saw that from samples. If they're like,
I wonder
let's
if that
try
was visible in the samples. We can check.
Samples
Let's
looked
go back to the
like
samples
somewhat
really quickly.
compelling.
Which problem was this? This was I? No. Yes, this
Yeah,
is
problem
I. And these numbers, well, okay, obviously this number is not the average. Is this number a number over 21?
I don't know.
I
I mean, it would be easy enough to try if you had a terminal.
Yeah.
You just add them all up.
We can try, let me try. Can I split this?
What's like 15 21sts maybe?
Split the. Okay, let's try 15 over 21. 16 over 21? Or 7? Oh.
Wait, hang on. It does look like 17 over 21.
17 over 21.
809. Yeah, it's 1721.
Yeah, so I guess this was actually just an average, and there were no like irrational numbers in here.
Man.
And we could have just averaged all the numbers and checked if that was correct.
That's, yeah.
So actually, we don't have to do any math inside the program. But outside the program, we have done all this computation.
Or you can be like, hang on a minute, let's just try it.
Yeah. That's an interesting fact, though, that
That is.
the surface area of a sphere at equal heights is of the sphere cut apart at equal heights is.
There's got to be some way of looking at it that makes
Right.
that obvious. I don't immediately see what it would be.
Yeah, I don't know. It is pretty strange, especially since well, one thing is it shouldn't be true at higher dimensions. So it might just be like a nice dimension 3 coincidence.
Interesting.
You know? I think the surface area of like a higher dimensional sphere would be different.
We got a lot more wrong answers on problem W. No, JK. W is AC because I just see W and my brain thinks wrong answer. We've never had the letter W before as problems.
Yeah. That's definitely like I've never really seen a scoreboard that starts with P and goes to Z.
I was thinking earlier during our test stream, I wonder if there are any interesting like 3-letter acronyms that we'll get
Right.
that we've never seen before
Right.
with some of these new numbers. We got ITT Delhi with a ACN problem I.
Right.
I guess everyone is starting to look at I more carefully, and it turns out that we're getting a flood of ACs.
You can still find problem I, and you can do all the integrals I just did, but on paper. And you don't need the keyboard for that. And so once the person is done solving problem A, it only takes like a minute or two to type, average all numbers in the input. And so that should let teams solve it very quickly.
It's true. There's also this thing called the scoreboard effect,
Right.
which happens somewhat often, which is when a bunch of teams start to get one problem correct, other teams will look at it.
Right.
Problem I by itself, if you don't read the samples and don't look too carefully, looks like it would be an incredibly hard, annoying calculus integral problem. But if you're told this is a really easy problem, one of the easiest in the set,
Right.
you start to think what shortcuts might exist.
Right.
And that seems like one of the most obvious things to just try.
Right. Yeah. So another problem that looks easy is problem P. It looks like the problems that have the most solves right now are P, W, and Y on the 46 scoreboard.
Should we take a look at P?
Yeah. can start pulling it up. It's the first problem.
Oh yeah. I guess I can read it real quick.
Yeah.
We have turning red, which is I think we've had a Code Forces problem about this, and also a movie about this, right?
Yeah.
May's parents have spent the past year remodeling their house, but their lighting system is quite complex. We have some RGB lights, and throughout the house there are various buttons which are connected to one or more lights. When a button is pressed, any red lights connected to that button become green. Any green lights connected to it become blue, and any blue lights become red. So basically you have a cycle of length 3.
Right.
Each button can be pressed multiple times. Because the house was built prior to the invention of crossbar wiring, each light is controlled by at most 2 buttons. So basically you have like a graph, and each of these are edges in the graph.
Each light is an edge in the graph.
Each light's an edge,
right.
Yeah. Because, we'll draw a picture of that to explain what we mean, but because the house was built, we read that, she wants to turn all the lights red. Her parents, fearing the buttons will wear out, have asked her to minimize the total number of button presses.
Interesting.
I guess the first question is it always possible? And the answer is no.
No.
As we can see from the second sample.
Yeah. So one interesting thing here is, I guess, before reading that every button, before reading that every light is controlled by almost 2 buttons, this looks like a very standard Gaussian elimination problem.
Very difficult.
You pretty much you're working in mod 3. You're working in integers mod 3, which is a field or something, and pretty much you have a bunch of linear equations, which is just the number of times you press each button plus the button's initial state. The number of times you press each button which is controlling the light plus the light's initial state has to be red at the end, right? So pretty much red is 0, green is 0, green is 1, blue is 2, and the button corresponds to adding 1 to a bunch of things. And then and your goal is to find the solutions to this problem. But here instead, actually, we actually know more than that. We know that each light is controlled by almost 2 buttons. So what does that actually tell us?
Well, if a light is controlled by exactly 1 button,
right,
that means that if you press the button, you'll change the light, and it's basically kind of a special case compared to everything else. But for every light that's controlled by 2 buttons, you can think about it as an edge in the graph. So basically, in this case, we have an example graph.
Right.
And you can look at like B3. What happens if you press B3? Well, we have these 3 lights, and each of them will change by 1. So we'll increase by 1 what number they are. 2 of them will become red, 1 will become blue.
Right.
Yeah, I guess.
So
that's an observation, and then we have the special cases.
Right. So each light. So here, because the lights are the things that we're targeting, right? Each light is kind of like a constraint, right? It's saying that the number of times we press, for instance, the light at the bottom, means that like the number of times we press B2 plus the number of times we press B3 has to be 1 mod 3, right?
Wait. Oh, you want them all to be red. You don't want as many as possible.
You want them all to be red, using as few buttons as possible.
Gotcha. So you have B2 plus B3.
Yeah.
I guess mod 3.
Yeah.
Equals 1.
Right. And so pretty much every time you have an edge, it kind of gives you like, oh, well, if B3 is 1, then B2 is 1 minus B3. And B1 might be like 2 minus B2. So that makes it like B3 plus 1, right? And you can kind of follow this chain of constraints, right? Pretty much, if you start with B3, what B3's value is, that lets you like kind of solve for what the value of all other buttons must be.
So if this is equal to 1, for example, that means B3 is equal to 0.
Right.
And then this would have to be equal to 2.
Right.
And so on. And you can keep going and basically just check if it works by doing it once.
Right.
You only have 3 different choices for this first button.
Right.
So if you try all 3 of them, you can figure out for this connected component which one is the smallest.
Right.
You also have some buttons which are forced to be something just because they're the only ones that control the light.
Yeah. You can kind of think of those as just buttons to like, you have an extra button which is not pressable.
Okay.
And you just connect those lights to that button.
Yeah.
Just to make your life easier when implementing. Yeah.
And yeah, I guess that's the solution. Nice BFS problem.
Yeah.
But it's hidden quite nicely, I'd say.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting that a lot of these times like Gaussian elimination would take a long time, but because we have this special structure that's a graph, you can actually solve it in essentially linear time.
Yeah.
And that's like a interesting area of like active research in general. It's that like doing linear algebra on specific types of specific types of matrices that are sparse in various interesting ways. This is one of the, like the simplest structures, but there's a lot of these structures that can lead to like very interesting algorithms research.
Let's take a look back at the scoreboard, see what other problems are falling quickly. Use the overlayer. You got it. We've got Peking U with 0 problems on C. There's 0 problems correct so far. Wrong answer on C. They're a pretty favored of a team. The 47th, I believe they have 2 LGMs on their team, right?
I believe so. They are one of the highest rated teams. I think the other highest rated team is Harbor Space University, which actually has 3 LGMs on their team.
So it's okay, yeah.
So Harbor Space University is very strong.
UCF's first AC on I. Congratulations to them in 47th. But yeah, it's a bit of a slow start for Peking. Hopefully they'll turn it around quick.
Yeah, I think the standings here are valuable.
Just as I said that, they got A.
Right.
Well done.
The standings here are valuable, but I think the start of the contest is not the most important. If you spend your time reading problems and like you get all of them in the same total amount of time, it's kind of like you're not losing that much time. The penalty, like
if it ends up coming down to problems, then you're fine.
Right. It's also just like the way penalty works, right? It's like if I spend 6 minutes on problem A versus 8 minutes on problem A, right? Then on the first problem I solve, then my penalty gets added by like 2 times however many problems I solve later in the contest, right? Which can be a lot. But if actually I spent like, in the beginning of the contest I spent like 6 minutes on A and also 2 minutes thinking about B, right? I save the 2 minutes on B anyways. So the extra 2 minutes is really just like, I spent like 2 extra minutes here that like I could have submitted A 2 minutes earlier. But the total amount of time and the time to solve B is about the same.
So it's 2 penalty points, not 2 penalty points for each further problem.
Problem. Yeah. So there's a lot of like, you don't have to rush. The start of the contest can look like there's a lot of gaps and stuff. But those gaps can close very quickly, and at the end, like might not can kind of cancel out if you're consistently solving problems anyways through the beginning.
We're seeing some ACs on problem A as well in 47, and that is the problem we talked about earlier with the 5 questions interactive problem.
Right.
So it seems like other teams are starting to catch on to that too.
This is the first solvable interactive problem, or not solvable, but first easy interactive problem in ICPC history.
It's not even that easy, but it's definitely doable at least.
It's definitely, it's been solved by many teams in the first hour.
That's true.
So
yeah.
It's relatively easy on for this set. And yeah, it's there's only been one interactive problem in the past, and that only had 1 solve. And so maybe the judges heard this and decided that it was time to add some more variation.
If you're interested, Tourist, Kasun, and Igor, I think, or not Igor, Peter are solving the contest in a mirror right now. You can go check out their stream, see how they're doing.
Yeah. You can also check out the mirror yourself if you'd like to solve the problems at onlinejudge.icpc.global. So let's take another look at the 46th scoreboard. There are CMU has been out near the top this whole start of the contest, and they actually solved problem Q instead of problem P, which is interesting.
Yeah, we can take a look at Q if you'd like.
Yeah, let's do that.
Seems like a fun problem. We have doing the container shuffle. Majestic cargo ships, each carrying thousands of shipping containers, roam the world's seas every day. They make modern trade possible by being so efficient that shipping goods halfway across the world costs only pennies. They've been in the news recently, too. Once the ships reach their destination, their standard-sized cargo containers are unloaded from the ship's stacks on land, from which they are moved to trains or trucks that deliver to their destination. Moving containers is expensive, so port operators try to minimize the number of moves necessary to deliver their cargo. In this problem, we consider such a container unloading scenario. There are N containers, each in 2 stacks, and we want to order them to a different stack or a different order.
Yeah, so I guess we initially have some set of trucks, some set of stacks, and we want to unload them onto trucks in some order.
And what is the cost that we're paying here?
Are unloaded from the ship in this order, and integers a permutation the order the containers are loaded in.
Oh, expected number of moves.
Expected.
Yeah. So it sounds like there's some probability
Assuming
going
the
on.
container placement is random, we ask you the expected number of moves necessary for a given truck loading order. Interesting. So it is a probability problem then.
So what is the input?
So the input is, so the containers are numbered 1 through n and are unloaded from the ship in some order. So in this order. So first container 1 comes off the ship, then container 2 comes off the ship, and so on. And these, I think each container, they flip a coin and put it onto either the left stack or the right stack.
Okay.
Then after that, now you need to load the containers onto the trucks. So the trucks have some permutation. That's the AI, and the trucks want to unload the containers from A1 and A1 all the way through AN in that order. So pretty much what happens is
you might have to like shuffle a bunch of things from one stack to the other to get to the first thing. Then you can move it from that to the truck.
Right.
And then you might move some back to get to the second.
To get to the next. And we're trying to we're trying to get the expected count. And this is pretty interesting. Do you have any thoughts on this problem?
So yeah, I think I still want to understand it a little bit better.
Yeah.
When we have 4, 2, 5, does that mean 4 will be on the bottom of one of the two stacks for sure?
No, that means the containers are unloaded in order 1 through n, and 4, 2, 5, 3, 1 is the order we want to unload them.
Okay, so 1 will be on the bottom of one of the stacks.
Yeah,
and then 2 will be either on top of the one or on the bottom of the other, for example. So 2, 3, 4, 5. So this might be some.
Right.
Okay.
And this thing actually unloads entirely cleanly. You unload the 4 from the top, and then the 2, and then the 5, and then the 3 and the 1. So this actually takes only, I think it takes only 5 moves.
Oh, okay. And we want 4, then 2. We want 4 on the top or the bottom?
Well,
first.
We want 4 first.
Okay, so then 4, then 2.
Yeah.
Then 5.
Right.
Then 3, then 1.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. And we want to know, so what would be one that doesn't work?
Yeah.
Doesn't work perfectly, at least. So that would be 5 seconds or 5?
That would be 5 moves. I think
moves?
that's 5 moves.
Okay.
Yeah. So it always takes at least 5 moves because you have to load all the boxes onto the trucks.
So I guess, one obvious one would be if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right. Then the first thing you have to do is take the 5 off the top.
And then
so that you can move the 4. Right. And then now you take the 3 off the top. Now you can take the 2. And now you want the 5, so you have to move the 3 back. And then you take the 5. And now you take the 3, which is on top, and then the 1.
Yeah.
So this took 3 extra moves. So it's 8 moves. Yeah. And this is I like this problem. This is a very fun idea. The main idea here is kind of what are we doing with these 2 stacks? Like, how do we keep track of these 2 stacks?
One way to think about it is like if you instead of have 2 stacks, you have like all of them. Like this is the first stack and this is the second. You kind of have like a pointer.
Right.
And rather than moving from one stack to the other, you can think about it as simply moving your pointer into the other stack.
Right. So if we think about one stack is going like from the bottom is on the left, and we think about the 2 stacks as going inwards instead of like bottom to top, then pretty much what we can do is we can like move our pointer left and right, and then that moving your pointer left and right takes one step, and then you can also delete one of the stacks which is adjacent to your pointer.
So that'd be probably a pretty easy problem if you're given the initial configuration. Right. The problem is it's a random configuration, so you don't necessarily know what that looks like.
Right. So pretty much what we need to do in this problem, because we're given the final permutation, is we need to take, if we want to unload them in 4, 2, 5, 3, 1 order, right? We want to take the pointer from next to 4 and then move it next to 2, and then move it from next to 2 to next to 5, and then from next to 5 to next to 3, and so on, right? And so kind of every step we're taking, we're just trying to count how many things between 2 and 5 have not been deleted yet, right? Because that's how far we have to move the pointer.
Oh yeah, I suppose that's the case.
And the number of things between 2 and 5 is, now we have some casework, right? It's like if 2 and 5 started on the same side, right? It's just how many things between them are the same number that haven't been deleted yet.
Okay.
If 2 and 5 started on opposite sides, right? It's how many things, it's how many things bigger than 2 or bigger than 5 haven't been deleted yet, right? Because the way we start off is kind of like bigger numbers in the center, right?
So for example, if you have this, we're interested in 2 to 5, so because we want
Right.
to go here. So before we were at position 2,
Right.
We have already deleted 4,
Right.
and we want to move to next to position 5,
Right.
so there are no things that are undeleted.
Right.
But if instead we had 4 here and 3 on the other side,
Yeah.
now we were at 2,
Right.
we delete 2,
Right.
and now we need to go to 5.
Right.
To do that, you have to cross over 3,
Right.
and 3 comes later in the permutation,
Right.
which means it's not deleted yet.
Right.
Okay.
So we have these like range queries where we want to find the number of things later in the permutation which are between 2 and 5, right?
And you also need the probability that each of them are also on this side. So
Right, which
you
is just
multiply
1/2
by
to the
1/2.
count or something.
Yeah.
Which is 1/2 for each of them.
Yeah, just
And-
times 1/2, yeah.
So, yeah, so you just times 1/2, yeah. And so now you know,
There's a
you apply your
50%
linear-
chance that they're on the same,
Right,
and then they could also be on different. So that's this case if they're on the same.
right,
If they're on different, what does that look like? So
yeah,
you have 2 here,
yeah,
maybe 3, 4, 5.
right. And so it's the number of things which are bigger than 2 on the same side of 2, and also the number of things that are bigger than 5 on the same side as 5, right? Which are not deleted, which haven't been deleted yet.
Bigger than 5.
Yeah. Kind of the bigger things that are closer to the center. The things that are between 2 and 5
Oh, yeah. I
are the
guess
things
that's
that
true.
are
Yeah,
on
yeah.
5 side bigger than 5 and on 2 side bigger than 2. So anything bigger than 5 is always counted, right? That's like probability 1.
Yeah.
And anything between 2 and 5 is counted with probability 1/2. Right? So actually, I guess we can think of this as it's always the things between 2 and 5 with probability 1/2. And then it's the things that are bigger than 5 with also probability 1/2.
It's just the number of things bigger than 2, right?
So it's the number of things bigger than 2 with probability 1/2,
Except for 5.
except for 5.
Huh.
Interesting.
Yeah, not as hard as you would think.
Yeah. So that math actually simplifies out, and now you don't even need a range query, it's just a suffix query, which you solve the same way. But
Yeah. It's a pretty easy,
it's-
simple
yeah.
data structure problem.
Pretty simple to implement, but a very interesting,
Idea.
interesting math to go with it. Kind of the main idea, I think, is really this view of having treating 2 queues like an array with a pointer.
I like it.
Yeah.
That's very clever. Pretty unique too.
Yeah, yeah. This is kind of like a very this idea doesn't come up too much.
Yeah, the idea itself isn't unique, but I think the problem,
Yeah.
the nature of things are randomly distributed to both sides. I've never seen that before, at least.
Yeah, it's like a good mix of kind of some interesting data, kind of array structure ideas, stack structure ideas, and then some interesting probability ideas, like linearity of expectation ideas, and then a little bit of data structures to cap it off.
Let's come back to the scoreboard here, see what's getting solved. It looks like Oxford is in 4-problem advantage, I guess, with Q.
Right.
MIPT with U, AC. Quite a few wrong answers across the board.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, it looks like the 46th scoreboard. I can pull it up.
And Higher School of Economics moves into 4th place, or 14th place, sorry,
Yeah.
with problem A.
Higher School of Economics, MIPT, Peking University, Oxford. These are all very strong teams. Oxford has Game on them. Peking University has Stanley. Higher School of Economics, I don't know the individuals' names, but I know they're pretty good. And the
Historically quite good, too.
yeah, and MIPT also has a quite strong team. I also don't remember their names. In the 47th, we have St. Petersburg State, Warsaw, Kyoto, MIPT, and there are kind of fewer problems solved across the board here. Have we taken a look at problem G yet?
I don't believe so. Let's do that. It is a little interesting that 46 comes before 47, but the problem letters
Right.
in 47
Right.
come before the ones in
Oh,
46.
so problem G in 46 is turning red again. So that's the same problem
we've
as
seen
problem
that. Okay.
P. I am very quickly going to start forgetting all of these matchings.
It is, yeah, it's tough to keep in your head.
So
You can see here we've got the mirror with Kason, Gennady, and Peter.
yeah, one interesting thing I heard is that they all have different VS Code key bindings that they set up,
Oh my goodness.
and they all have different indentation styles they like,
Oof.
or like autocomplete and indentation styles they like.
So they're just
they
dealing
actually
with
have
it?
3 different VS Code installations
Oh,
with
okay.
3 different profiles, and they all have different color schemes. So I guess this is Kevin's color scheme, but that doesn't seem right. Kevin usually uses solarized.
Has
so maybe
Taurus
this is
switched
someone else's.
to VS Code? I know he's used Farm Manager for ages.
I think they're all using VS Code for this contest.
Just for simplicity.
Yeah, for simplicity. Oh no, this is Kevin's. I think Kevin might be copy pasting code from someone else's. They seem to be doing some computer setup stuff. Okay, Kevin is using his own. But yeah, they have 3 VS Code windows completely separate with all their own color schemes and key bindings and everything.
Yeah, I guess
they're
the,
not a
the
very,
color scheme is the saver.
They're not a very well coordinated team.
Well, yeah. I can only imagine if they have different color or if they have the same color scheme, it just gets so confusing.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
have no idea what you're doing.
Yeah. But check those out at Gennady's Twitch stream at twitch.tv/the__Taurus. There's 2 underscores there. Yeah, so
NJU just moved into first place, their 4th AC on problem I here. Have we talked about I yet?
we have.
We have? Okay.
We're going to get problem I is average all the numbers
Oh, yeah.
on the sphere.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try to remember, but I'm definitely going to forget.
Yeah. Problem D is a problem that they've solved, which we haven't talked about, though.
We got U Porto here. They're host of a previous World Finals a couple years ago.
Right.
My very first one.
Right.
The first ACM problem A.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so problem D is a problem that NJU has solved, Nanjing University.
Let's talk about problem D.
I've heard that Nanjing University is a pretty strong Chinese university, and they definitely like are worth looking at.
This one seems like this is a real geometry problem here.
Yes. There is a diagram with 2 squares, so
some
that's
distance between them, maybe?
scary already.
Carl the Ant is back. Oh, I love Carl
boy.
the Ant. He is a fan favorite. We all love Carl. Carl the Ant has walked, I believe, on some unfolded shapes in the past, shortest distance across 3D surfaces. And today, Carl the Ant is walking on some pyramids, which makes sense. It's an Egyptian
Right.
World Finals. So it looks like from this, he's walking between the tips of 2 pyramids.
Right. In this problem, this is actually once again a 3D geometry problem.
And it looks like there are very few cases, though.
Right. So pretty much we want to get from we're trying to get from one we have 2 pyramids in the plane. They each have their own height and their own location, and we're trying to get from the top of one to the top of the other. And there's a lot of ways to walk around on like in 3D, right? In this example, Carl is taking the shortest path, which means that Carl is walking down the side of the blue pyramid and then walking across to the corner of the red pyramid and then walking up the corner of the red pyramid. And so this is like, there's kind of a lot of different ways of walking in pyramids, walking on these 3D shapes. And the question is, what's the shortest path to get to the tip of the second pyramid?
Do both pyramids have the same height?
They have different sizes. They have different heights.
Why do we only have one height, though, here?
No, sorry. There are... no, there's a second line which uses the same format. So...
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're given 2 corners of the pyramid, basically, and
Right.
then the height?
Yeah. 2 consecutive corners, and it's clockwise or something.
Okay.
Which is always a pain for me to deal with.
Yeah, yeah. It's a little
But
annoying.
we manage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do some 90-degree rotations, stuff like that.
Yeah. Remembering which way is clockwise is always annoying. Yeah. So
all of these problems, we've had many of these before. UCF has also had
Yeah.
quite a few of these in our locals. They all use the same trick, which is unfolding the shapes.
Right.
And the idea is if you're walking like around a corner, what you can do is, let's say you have, let me try and draw a corner here. So if you're walking from this point to this point,
Right.
you don't know where along this line exactly you want to go in order to cross it.
Right.
But what you can imagine doing is if you draw everything from this face here,
Right.
you can imagine drawing this face unfolded.
Right.
And now it's clear if you're going to walk like this, it's just the shortest path between these two.
Right. Because these are all planes and they're like straight lines connecting them. We know that the shortest line in a plane, then we can unfold this edge. One thing in a normal shape, and that we might have to deal with here as well, is that when you unfold it, if you don't end up crossing over that edge, then there might be different edges that you can choose to cross over, and those lead to different ways of unfolding the shape.
Exactly. So if we have something like this, let's say we have a cap here.
Right.
This cap, like, it's not like there's just one way of unfolding it. The cap can be something that you cross over. If you're going from here to here, for example,
Right.
you might cross the cap.
Right.
So you could either walk directly across these two, or you
Right.
could walk, like, you could unfold it differently. Let me draw that.
Yeah.
So you could have something like this, and then a cap, and then the same thing unfolded like this. So then you could walk, across, one of these angles, I think, like that,
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
which would be,
Which could
in
be
this
short.
case, probably shorter
Right.
than walking like this.
Right. Yeah. And so one way to think about it is you pretty much you can unfold as many edges as you want, right? But you always have to stay like within the unfolded region.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, if you have a target, there is
Yeah.
only one target.
Right.
If you unfold it that way.
Right.
So I
Yeah.
guess you will.
Yeah. And in this case, we have to, try out different unfoldings. One interesting thing here is like, if you consider how we unfold the red pyramid, so the blue pyramid, very much we take this triangular face and we just fold it downwards, right?
Yeah.
That's how this solution works.
So it'd be something like this.
Yeah. It'd be a little taller. It's hard to Yeah, it's a little taller because the 3D-ness gets like tipped over.
Yeah.
Right. And then the red pyramid actually, if we think
But
about
you, so
unfolding
to be clear though,
yeah,
you don't know which face you're going to walk down.
we don't
from
know
the
which
start.
face we're gonna walk.
So
down
you would
from.
try this 4 times, once
Yeah.
for each of the faces.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And the red pyramid, we also try and unfold it, right?
For each of the 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm making it look like it goes exactly at the top when it probably doesn't. It's
Yeah.
probably like this or something.
Right. And in this case, actually, what happens is when we unfold it, the shortest path we take actually doesn't go through the fold, right?
It can't. Yeah.
Pretty much.
So I guess, this is actually a much, much easier problem because there is only
Right.
16 ways of unfolding, and most
Right.
of them probably don't work.
Right. Yeah. And in this case, like pretty much what we have to do is like we can always climb up a corner, right? That's like kind of always a safe thing to do.
Climb up a corner.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
So like here we like kind of the way it works is like you have this triangle and this triangle at the corner, right? And if you unfold this one, you would try and the straight line kind of doesn't cut into this face, and if you unfold it this way, it also doesn't cut into the face, right?
Yeah.
And so actually the only thing you can do is like go directly up the edge and kind of unfold just the edge, or kind of just take the edge directly. It's like if your path is too sharp, right? Like if you imagine the faces are very, very tall.
Oh, so okay. So to be clear, like one point would be here if we unfold this triangle. The
Right.
other one would be like here if we unfolded this
Right.
triangle.
And
neither of them work.
neither of them work
in
because they
both
all
case
take you outside.
cross
They all
like
take you
this.
outside the unfolded region.
or this.
This
It's
is
very
the
nice they
problem.
gave this to us
Yeah.
in samples.
Right.
It's
So
really
in this
easy to
case,
get wrong.
Statement goes like
there's a few ways of
this
dealing with
has
it. You could try and like
several
detect it and stuff.
Squares,
Maybe the best
on
thing to
the
do is
sphere
just detect it
that
and
is
then
divided
also add an
into
extra
those
case, which is go up
squares
the
by,
go up
Yeah.
the corners.
lines
Yeah.
that have
Yeah, so it
fixed
seems like
distance between
as
them.
far as a 3D geometry
between
problem
the
that has to deal
planes,
with unfolding,
and
this
Right.
is
also
almost as easy as
the
it gets.
meridians
Yeah,
going
it's
from
it's
north
mostly
That's a
2D
very hard
geometry
category,
problem.
but yeah.
It's mostly
with
2D geometry, and you
some
have to have
difference of latitudes. It can be proven that every square actually has the same area on the sphere. The way to prove it is to notice that for a strip that is cut by 2 planes with a distance delta x between them, if those strips happen at angle at latitude alpha, then the radius of such a strip will be proportional to cosine of alpha. However, the length of the width of the strip on the sphere will be inversely proportional to cosine of alpha. And therefore, once we multiply the width by the length, the cosine of alpha cancels out, and what we get is 2 pi times the radius of the sphere times the distance between the planes that have cut the strip. And obviously all the meridians
Upstream.
Welcome back to
Are
our
we
commentary. Yeah, we're good, I think.
Okay.
Right? You can see all the balloons here. Something we haven't quite talked about, but is worth mentioning. Every time a team solves a problem in ICPC, they get a balloon of a color associated with that problem.
Right.
So it looks like orange or brown or something.
Yeah, so this year there are many, many balloon colors because they are randomly assigned. So there's no guarantee that even though there are a few problem overlaps, those problems don't have the same colors. They are not in the same order, so it's not always the case that A is gray. The first problem is gray, and they're just randomly assigned. So the balloon colors are even harder for us to keep track of than the problem letters, probably.
They can't do it, but one thing that's kind of an interesting side effect of that is that the two different floors will look very different because the easy problems are now different colors.
Right.
It would be nice if they would have made the 46th easy problems be blue, 47th be green. It'd be
that would be
a nice aesthetic touch.
Right, right.
But
yeah,
you don't
they
want to
can't
leak
do that
data,
because
stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you might not be able to see through these images, but they're actually the contest halls are actually one whole large hall, and one half of it is the 46th, and one half of it is the 47th. There's a big screen with a scoreboard in between, but they are connected, and it's just like it's just roughly divided into half with a big stage in the middle.
We have our analytics partners here saying that Peking University started with problem S. That could explain partly their slow start. S appears to be one of the hardest in the set, according to the judges.
Yeah, it seems like they seem to think that they have a solution. They've submitted twice already, and it's not entirely clear where they went wrong.
And it looks like in problem C, they're having epsilon issues. This is speaking from the other university, I think, or the other World Finals, I think.
Right.
Where 1E9 doesn't work, 1E12 does, which is absolutely brutal.
Right. I guess C is another geometry problem.
It looks like more probability, I would say.
I see. And
seems it's dice related. You got 3 different types of dice, and then you're doing something with them. We can look at it if you'd like.
Sure, let's take a quick look.
We've got Warren Buffett challenging Bill Gates to a game of dice. He has 3 dice, and the first player who could examine them and choose one of the 3. The second player would choose the other, or choose another, and both players would roll their dice against each other, aiming for the highest number.
Can you change the portrait? Can you change your...
orientation, of course. Thank you. How's that?
Yeah.
More readable? Right. Okay. So, yeah, this is one of the fun tricks of intransitive dice. You can have one dice that beats another, and the second beats the third beats the first.
Right.
Which is not true with, like, just random numbers, but with dice, since they're probabilities, that can happen.
Right.
Because the amount you beat the other person by doesn't matter, just whether or not you beat them.
Right.
So, yeah, cool. That's a well-known property of certain sets of dice. I guess this problem is about that. So to formalize this, a die is a shape where at least one face shows a positive integer. When it's rolled, one of the faces is selected uniformly at random.
Right.
And 2 dice roll against each other. The one who shows a higher number earns a point. If they're equal, they each earn half a point. For 2 dice, the score is the expected number of points from one die when it rolls against a second die.
Right.
If the score is greater than 1/2, we say it has an advantage. And if it's equal to 1/2, then they're tied. So that's probably where the epsilon comes in. They're
Right. We
very
need to
close
decide
equal.
whether they have an advantage or are just barely tied.
Yeah, and apparently there's some case where you can make them very, very, very close to equal, but they're getting that wrong.
Right.
For example, if D is the first die in the sample input and D prime is the second, the score is equal to 4/9, and the score of D prime versus D is 5/9. So D prime has an advantage over D. Given 2 dice, such that D1 has an advantage over D2, you want a third die to form an intransitive trio with the other 2. Among all D3 that have such an advantage, compute the lowest possible score, D2, D3. So lowest possible score, does that mean you want the most advantage or the smallest advantage?
I think you want the most. Well, it's you want like you want it
beat
to
it the
be as imbalanced as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
If it's less than 1/2, you can make an intransitive trio. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Similarly, among all D3 such that D2 has an advantage over or ties with all D3, compute the highest possible score, D3.
Right.
So basically, you want to at least tie with one, and
Yeah.
how much can you beat the other?
Right.
Or you want to,
At least at most tie with one.
and then how much can you lose?
Right. And so these problems are actually very symmetric. We don't have to worry too much about you can kind of write the same code to solve all of them just by negating all the input numbers.
Yeah.
Like winning in the positive game is the same as losing in the negative game.
Which makes sense.
So we really, they ask you to solve the same problem twice, which is, just fine. It's just nice for symmetry, I guess. And here what we're trying to, we mostly just need to find some algorithm or way of computing it. One thing that the judges showed us, really quickly, one thing that the analysis showed us is that their epsilon was 1e -9, and it should have been 1e -10, or 12.
12, yeah.
And that makes sense because there are up to 10 of the 5 faces on each die, and when you roll 2 dice, the denominators get as low as 1 in 10 of the 10, right?
Yeah.
And so it's probably important that our epsilon is smaller than, our 1 in 10 of the 9 is probably too big for epsilon.
That makes sense. One thing, just one quick observation here, although the integers on the dice get really big,
Yeah.
all that matters is whether or not you beat the other dice.
Right.
So you can coordinate compress, and really you only have, well,
Right.
yes, you have
Maybe
3 times 10 to the 5th?
2 times 10 to the 5th,
Or
3
2
times 10 to the 5th, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think our third dice probably must also have an integer coordinates, so we kind of care about like whether it ties or beats.
Yeah,
the other one.
like whether there's a space between
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
So initially I was thinking about dice with 6 faces, and I'm like, okay, we can brute force this probably, but
Right.
not with this many faces. You need something a little
Right.
smarter, I think.
Right. So how do we evaluate the score of a pair of dice? I think that's the first question to start with.
Well, with 6, you consider every possible pair of rolls. You know well, I guess first the dice are equal, right? There's an equal chance of each face.
Right. Fair.
So, yeah, I guess you can, in n log n time, probably just order n. If you sort both of them, you
Right.
can do like the 2-pointer sweep
right.
and see for one dice, how many does that beat in the other dice?
Right. So kind of maybe we take our dice, and depending on our value, kind of it beats some number of the first dice. It beats some number, kind of just like depending on which numbers of the other dice it falls between, it just has some probability of winning, right?
Yeah.
Which is possibly a half integer if you can tie with some things, but it has some probability of winning. And then I guess in this problem, kind of for each number we put on the third dice, right? For each number we put on D3, right? It gives us like it adds some score to our D1 score and adds some score to our D2 score, right? So we need to like add big enough numbers so that our D1 score is on average at least 1/2, but our D2 score is as small as possible, right?
There's also the interesting question of how many faces you'll use, right?
I think we can use as many faces as we want. And
Why
the
does
optimal
that-
will always be rational.
So why?
The optimal will always be rational because
So what does it mean that the number of faces you use will be what?
so the number of faces you use can be like
Either n1 or n2?
no, it can be any number. You can give any die, any dice, any die.
You can give any value,
Right. what should it be?
How do you know the number of faces you need isn't like 10 to the 9th plus
Oh,
7?
you don't have to output them, so it's fine.
Oh.
We just have to output the probability. We don't have to like the actual like dice we output was probably something like 5,000 faces of type A or like 5e5 faces of type A and 75 faces of type B or something.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So
basically you're assigning like weights to each of the gaps.
Right.
And then each weight either like gives you points against one or you lose against the other.
Well, it gives you both, right? It gives you points against one and points against the other.
Yeah, okay.
And then you average them all together, right?
And you want your the total of the probabilities to be 1.
Right. So you want the total of the probabilities to be 1.
Yeah.
And then you also want one of the values to be the total of the probabilities to be 1. So one thing is one way to think about this is like if we consider just consider a single number, right? And just pretend like our dice just had a single number, right? Yeah. And it would give you some score against dice 1 and some score against dice 2, right? And let's just plot that in a 2D plane.
All right, can we do an example here?
Okay,
is that too
sure.
hard?
I would just sure.
First dice is 1, 2, 4, 10.
1, 2, 4, 10, and
second dice is like 5.
Sure. Let's put some more numbers. Let's just take the last sample. So like, 3, 5, 7, 9 is fine.
3, 5 for the second dice?
Yeah. Yeah. So here, what we can do is we can, for every point that we take, right? So say we were to put in a number like, we were to put in number like 3, right?
Okay.
We would get 2 points, two quarters on the first die, 2 quarters score on the first die, right?
Yeah.
And we would get like half a quarter, which is like 1/8 on the second die, right?
Yeah.
And if we were to put a number from quarter, 0.5 over 4. Yeah.
And this is
1 over 4.
Yeah, 1/4.
On this, right? And so let's just consider these as points, right? And what we can do is when we put together a bunch of faces, we essentially take any weighted average
so
of
these. The point is like 2.5 comma 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or 2.5 quarters comma 1 quarter.
Okay.
Yeah. And so if we plot these, we can take any weighted average of these points by just putting multiple of these faces.
This is a really cool trick. All right, so hang on. So
yeah.
How many points do we have? We have like 2n or so?
Yeah, 2n or so. Maybe 3n, as you were saying, right?
Yeah.
And one nice thing is they are all they're like monotonically going that way.
Oh, this is so cool.
Yeah.
I see it now.
Yeah.
So you can get anything in this convex hull.
Yes, so you can get anything in the convex hull.
Oh, brilliant.
So now you just take the convex hull. You need to find the first point, which has like x coordinate at least half and y coordinate as big as possible or something.
Yeah, okay.
And which is just like that intersection essentially, right?
Like this here, right?
Yeah. So we need to be there and we want the highest point. And so now we just take that point. Which is very interesting. So this is like a pretty nice algorithm. You just like do this computation and now you have the answers. One interesting thing is I'm actually very confused why you need epsilons. Maybe they computed their coordinates as fractions, as floating point numbers instead of if you take only the numerators, right? Then all coordinates are integers, and you can do things only in integer space.
And then just divide at the end?
And divide at the end. And so you shouldn't need any epsilons. But maybe they didn't do that, and they now are running into the trap that they actually need epsilons, which are somewhat precise.
Yeah, because I guess if you multiply everything by 2, then 1/2 is easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's kind of an interesting question on my mind is, why... Maybe they just didn't think that epsilons would be necessary here, and they also didn't realize how small the numbers are.
This is the kind of thing I gotta say that is like a very, very interesting problem, because for a lot of problems, a lot of teams, you have a different person who works on the geometry problems from the math problems. Mm-hmm. When you see this, it's instantly going to the math guy.
Sure.
Right? There's no way anyone other than the math guy would even look at this.
Right.
And if your math person's looking at this, it's probably not super likely they see, unless they have a lot of familiarity with different concepts. It's easy to miss, just like convex hull tricks or stuff like this. We had a troops problem in the Southeast U.S. Regional a couple years ago that was related to this, and it was just as brilliant when you see it. But yeah, I think it's very clever, and it tests your ability to span different topics.
Yeah. A lot of these constructive things, kind of when you have these options and you can mix them, it ends up just being convex hull. So it's like a very classical kind of style result. Yeah. It looks like we have a video. If we want to cut to that.
Sounds good. Here we go.
Hello, I'd like to explain the solution to riddles of the Sphinx. The problem is, to put it simply, the problem is about guessing three values by currying the linear combination of these values and getting the value from the Sphinx. However, the Sphinx can lie. You can ask 5 queries and the Sphinx can lie at most once, and you need to guess the exact values of 3 variables. Let's consider simple 4 queries like A, B, C, and A plus B plus C. Let X, Y, Z, W be the answers. If X plus W plus Z equals W, everything is fine. And you can conclude that Sphinx didn't lie in these 4 queries. On the other hand, if X plus Y plus Z isn't equal W, it is bad, and Sphinx had definitely lied to you. To generalize this situation, we can consider the linear independency of the queries. You can see that A, B, C, or A, B, and A plus B plus C, or any 3 of these queries are linearly independent. And in this case, if these 4 equations agrees, you can conclude that Sphinx didn't lie in these 4 queries, and otherwise Sphinx did lie in the 4 queries. Now let's get back to the original problem. You can ask 5 queries. So let's ask another query of A plus 2B plus 3C. Now 5 queries: A, B, C, A plus B plus C, A plus 2B plus 3C. Any 3 of them are linearly independent. So you can find 4 of them which agrees. This is unique because Sphinx lies you once. And from the 4 equations, you can find the values of A plus B plus C. And this is a solution.
All right, we're back. We're going to take a quick look at the scoreboard in case you haven't seen the other one or the other one's not available. We've got in the 46 World Finals, Higher School of Economics in first on penalty with 6 problems. Another team also with 6. And we'll take a look at the 47th here too, I guess. Oh, there we go. Peking U with 5.
Oh, sorry, this is still 46.
Yeah, still 46. Peking U with 5.
Let's take a look at 47, yep.
And Georgia Tech close to medaling range here. 47 also, Peking U also with 5.
Here there are many fewer problems solved. And Nanjing University and Harbor Space are in the lead. And Peking. These are definitely 3 of the strongest teams. I guess the problems that they have solved are H and C. The extra problems they've solved over other teams are H and C.
Warsaw just moved up to 8th.
Yeah.
So overall, good distribution. C probably the lone solve from Peking, but
yeah.
Other than that, looks like H and C are the ones to go for.
Right.
with A, D, G, and I being the easiest. We got to submit by MIPT on, oh no, go back.
Sorry.
And they got it, problem F. That's a dark green right there, problem F.
So that puts MIPT, that's only their 4th problem.
Let's take a look at MIPT's team view.
Yep. And take a quick look at
See if
them.
we'll have any celebration here.
Not sure if it is. Looks like our
We don't quite
camera
have
stream might
videos
not-
of them.
Oh, there they are.
Ah, here we go.
Okay. Looks like they are just moving on, and
Moving on to D.
maybe B. Okay. Makes sense. I guess they, yeah. Congrats on solving F. Good first solve.
Well done.
Well done. Yeah. So
All right.
I am kind of curious what if we can compile a list of all the equal problems.
It'd be cool to know which problems are unique ones.
Um,
Seems C is one of those, the ones we just talked about.
Yeah. So it looks like
Hole.
yeah. It looks like the Sphinx problem was shared. Problem C, which was turning red, or sorry, problem C, which was the dice problem, is shared.
Oh, it is shared. Okay.
That's problem V in the other set,
V?
which has one solve on the other set. It looks like there's one solve on in each contest for that problem. There's problem P, which equals problem something, problem H, G, and then not too sure about the rest. This is a lot of problems in my head.
All right.
The geometry problem, the pyramids problem is also shared.
Okay.
I'm just kind of like scrolling through the problems and just like trying to like visually match, like see if I recognize any diagrams on the two sides.
We got a runtime error from UCF on problem G. Looks like they only have one so far, a little bit of a slow start. But they're a strong team, they'll come back. I have infinite faith in them.
Yeah. Cool.
We'll take a quick break. We got one member from analytics here, Nick Wu.
Yeah.
So he'll be joining us here, and he'll have some insights, I'm sure.
Okay.
I have the pertinent stats on my problem, so that should be good.
5 equals problems.
Yeah, there are five shared problems.
Yeah.
And then 6 unique in each.
Good.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi everyone.
Back. Hey everyone. This is Nick Wu. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yep. My name's Nick. My competitive programming handle online is Xiaowu Kone. I'm a member of the analytics group, so I have been looking at contestant submissions since the start of the contest. I have been feeding some of the information that you've been hearing from our commentators, distributing that information for everyone. And I'm here to, be interviewed.
Yeah.
I'm sure Andrew has some questions for me.
Yeah. I guess, can you just tell us a little bit about like what you think these problem sets look like?
Yeah, so for those who haven't looked at the problem sets, so both of the problem sets have 11 problems, which is actually on the shorter side.
Yeah.
Last World Finals in Dhaka had 12. In Moscow, there were, I think, 15, but that was the free computer year. But it's been a while since we've had an 11 problem set. And so when I heard that the problem sets both had 11 problems, I got a little concerned because it means that the problems are going to be a little harder on average since there were fewer of them. Mm-hmm. And then I had the same question everyone else had, which was how many shared problems are there and what are the shared problems? And now we know that there are 5 shared problems among the two sets, and therefore there are 6 unique problems in each set. And the shared problems are they actually range in difficulty. So you've already discussed, I think, a couple of the easier ones. There's definitely one of the shared problems we think is quite hard, and only a few teams will solve it in both of the finals. So we'll see how the teams do.
Which problem is that?
So so just to recap the shared problems, so on the easier side, I think we have turning red and riddle the Sphinx, which I think you've discussed. On the medium side, there's Carl's Vacation, the 3D pyramid problem.
Pyramids.
And then 3 kinds of dice, which is also a geometry problem.
Right.
And then the last shared problem is problems J in 47 and S in 46, bridging the gap.
Right.
And that problem, it looks it looks like a problem you've seen before for some people, where you're crossing a bridge. Have you discussed it at all?
We haven't looked at it. The only thing we've heard about problem S is that Peking University started with it, and maybe they shouldn't have.
Yes, actually, when we saw the submission of problem S came in, we kind of panicked immediately, and we were like, are they actually going to solve it? Is this problem easier than we think it is? But they haven't gotten it. I see a lot of teams have also made submissions to it, and
do you think these submissions are on the right track, or do you think they're like greedies that are kind of just like optimistic submissions that are actually wrong?
So based on what I've seen, some of the schools have actually submitted DP solutions, which is closer to what the actual solution is. The intended solution isn't a greedy to our knowledge. So I think the top teams are probably like roughly on the right track, but there are some details to figure out. We haven't really looked closely at the submissions from the bottom of the scoreboard. Usually they're just trying greedies. They're trying to see if they can find an easy problem, and when the greedy fails on the real test data, they usually move on.
Yeah, this problem has a very short statement, so it looks like something that like you might accidentally convince yourself of an incorrect solution to.
So to talk a little bit more about the problem, you have N people and they're trying to cross this bridge, but the bridge is super dark. So there's a single torch, and when you cross the bridge, you have to carry the torch. The bridge can only support so many people, and so you want to get everyone across the bridge, and the question is, how do you do it in the least amount of time? People might have heard, like, there's an old riddle, which is like, you have a boat, and you have 4 people who, or it might not be the boat version. You have 4 people who are crossing a bridge. The bridge is really flimsy. It can only support 2 people when there's a torch. And the time it takes for a group to cross the bridge is limited by the slowest person. I forgot to mention that at the beginning. So you have 4 people, and it takes them 1, 2, 5, and 10 minutes respectively to cross the bridge. And you need to figure out a way to get everyone across the bridge in 17 minutes. And this is a pretty well-known riddle, but it will trip you up the very first time if you sort of don't have the right idea. So like a very common idea that you might try is you say, oh, well, I have to bring the torch back with me no matter what. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the slowest person with the fastest person. So you do that, and then you and then you have the fast person come back with the torch. So like in 11 minutes, you can send the slowest person across. But now you only have 6 minutes, and it's actually, at this point, it's already impossible. You've already sort of made the wrong first move. And so I'm not going to spoil the solution, but like your first intuition for this problem is actually like, for the riddle, the actual original riddle is likely to be not quite correct. And I think similarly for the general problem, your first intuition is also not going to be quite there.
Yeah, it seems like the what we want to do is like looking at the solution to the first to the riddle itself. It looks like, you know, you sometimes want to do something where you like bank up some fast people on the opposite side so that they can like kind of, you can slowly trickle them back. And you know, formalizing this into something which is like provably correct seems pretty tricky.
Yeah. So as a bit of a spoiler to the riddle solution, the correct first move is to send the 2 fastest people over, and I'll leave the rest as an exercise to the viewer. But there is a similar sort of thing going on here. So you do want to send over, like, you may want to send over groups of the fastest people, and then what you can do is you can send a group of exclusively the slowest people, and then you have a fast person bring the torch back to save on time.
Right.
But there are some details. It's definitely not an easy problem.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of cases to exclude. Maybe you need is sometimes maybe you can get away with only sending groups of like 0, 1, or all fast people. Maybe you do need to send groups of like 2 fast people at a time sometimes, or things like that. And so there's a lot of questions about, like, exactly how do you break down the cases and think about who you're sending where.
Yeah. And the top teams are submitting solutions that are like close to this idea, but it is tricky to get everything quite right.
Right.
So we expect that in order to win the World Finals, we expect this to be one of those problems that kind of decides like who wins versus who doesn't.
Yeah.
And in fact, but we expect that, like, if you solve this problem, assuming you actually get to solving this problem, you are probably in contention for gold.
Right.
That is our expectation that we in analytics have come up with. We've looked over the problem sets, and we already gave our estimates for what we think like the medal cutoffs are. Speaking of medal cutoffs, are we at the 90-minute mark, or are we?
We are at 1 hour 42 minutes, so we're at about the 100-minute mark.
Yeah, so some people like to talk about the 90-minute heuristic for medals.
What is the 90-minute heuristic?
So the 90-minute medal for heuristics, or the 90-minute medal heuristic is, at the 90-minute mark, you freeze the scoreboard, or just look at the scoreboard and you look at every single problem that has been solved at the 90-minute mark.
Right.
The heuristic
right.
says that in order to, a necessary condition to medal is that you need to solve all of those problems, all of the problems that have been solved by the 90-minute mark by the end of the contest. And then silver medal is +1 to that count.
Right.
Gold medal is +2 to that count.
Right.
And then winner is +3.
Right. So in this set, in the 46th round, it looks like all problems have actually, many problems actually have at least one solve. So there's it seems like the easy, or like the pretty fast problems are P, Q, T, U, W, Y. And R and V already both each have a solve. So those do look like they're pretty approachable, and teams should be able to get like pick up a solve or two on those. And then S, X, and Z are probably going to be like the 3 decider problems, like to take you from bronze to silver to gold to winning.
So
is that kind of where you expected this set to line up?
Our predictions are actually quite different. So we were surprised that MIT solved R. We thought R was going to be like the decider problem. And so the fact that MIT solved R means that we think that they actually have a very good chance at winning now, because we predicted that you would need 10 problems to win in both contests, and we predicted problem R to be the second hardest in the 46 set.
Interesting.
So the fact that they have solved it means that they've got one of the hardest problems out of the way already. And we're going to see if they can sort of make it through the rest of the set. They've been accumulating a lot of wrong submissions, so they could lose on penalty if they're not careful. Yeah,
I mean, having a solve on R is definitely good, and it seems like they have so many wrong submissions that, I mean, obviously their penalty is not, no one's penalty is unwinnable at this point in the contest, but they definitely should think about trying to set up their strategy to solve more problems rather than just winning on time.
Yeah.
They are working on T, it seems, and we're also seeing that. So also I wanted to ask, do you think that maybe they've seen similar ideas to R before, or do you think that's unlikely?
So it is quite possible that they have seen similar problems to R. If you've seen some similar problem, it greatly helps. I don't think we've shown problem R on stream, have we?
We have not.
Okay, so yeah, problem R is it looks, and actually, quite frankly, is pretty intimidating as a problem. So if we scroll over to it, it's called zoo management. And the basic idea is something like you have a bunch of animals in a bunch of exhibits, and you don't like the exhibits they're in right now. So you want to go and move them all to different exhibits. But it's hard to actually move all of the animals. So what happens is some of the exhibits are connected with underground tunnels. So what you can do is, in a single operation, you can take a bunch of animals in some exhibits, and then you make each animal walk exactly one underground path to another exhibit. And it must be the case that when they all end up walking to a new exhibit that isn't occupied anymore. So what you have to do is you just have to answer the question, is it possible for the zoo to make this proposal? So that's the real statement. And so obviously we can do sort of a translation to a more pure graph theoretic problem. So you have a bunch of vertices, and then there are labels on the vertices. And in an operation, you pick a cycle, a simple cycle, and you rotate all of the labels by one along the cycle. And now you have to ask, is the target configuration reachable from the source configuration? And so the reason why we rated this problem as being extremely hard is because the ideas are not that complicated. Like, it turns out that in a lot of cases, it's almost always possible. Like, if you have two cycles that share an edge, you can swap like two arbitrary elements, which basically means you're done. So the only difficult case then is you have cycles that only meet at vertices, and so this is a cactus, and so fitting to talk about cactus graphs in Egypt, and so if you're comfortable with manipulating cactus graphs, then this problem is not that hard. But if you're not comfortable with it, then this problem's essentially impossible.
So the idea is that if you have you can divide the graph into biconnected components, and if you have a single edge, you can do something where maybe you have this. Maybe you have this cycle and this cycle, and maybe you do something where you like rotate this cycle and then rotate this cycle and then rotate this cycle back, and then rotate this cycle back, and that like swaps this one edge or something.
Yeah. So on paper you can compute the sequence of operations to like swap two specific labels, and then because you can swap two arbitrary labels, then you're done.
Or like as long as you can get them to the cycle.
Yeah, if you get them into the cycle. So there's obviously a lot of stuff that's being sort of glossed over. So for example, in a biconnected component, you need the multisets of the labels to match. They're multisets. They're not actually distinct labels, which may or may not complicate things. It doesn't really.
I see.
But so there's like this boilerplate you have to manage, and then you have to do like you have to compute like the decomposition, or figure out a proper way to represent the cactus, etc.
Right. Yeah, and then and so this is definitely like there's definitely a lot of cases here, right? Which does explain a little bit why MIT took 3 submissions. It's very easy to miss, like, I don't know, maybe they forgot to check if the graph is bipartite or something, or strange things like that.
And it's also why we don't expect this problem to get a lot of solves. And we're gonna see if the scoreboard effect kicks in and teams have to, like, if they put in effort on problem R early, because We do genuinely think that this problem is quite hard. We did expect maybe one or two of the top teams. Like, we expected the winning team in 46 to solve 10. So we're not surprised that it got solved, but we are surprised it got solved so early into the contest.
Yeah. Why don't we take a look at the 47 scoreboard as well, and let's talk a little bit about what this problem set looks like. So we've talked about, I think, A, D, G, and I already.
A, D, G, and I, okay.
Those are, seems like the 4 easiest problems. At the 90-minute mark, I think C had a solve, and F might have had a solve. The first solve came in right around that time. So are you thinking that that's also like a similar looking set, and like the winner will solve maybe 10 problems?
Yeah, so we expect the thresholds to be roughly the same in both sets, even though the problem sets only share 5 problems.
Yeah.
And also the shared problems they're not all like just the easy problems or just the medium or just the hard. They're actually kind of sprinkled throughout.
Yeah.
We still expect the winner to solve 10 problems in 46 and in 47. We expect the gold medal cutoff likely to also be 9 problems in both 46 and 47.
Right.
And then we actually expect the medal cutoff to be 8 in both, maybe a fast 7. But I would expect it to be 8 personally.
Right. Are the hard problems here pretty similar? So there's the problem R on the other set won't be here.
No, problem R is not shared. And problem R was the second.
I'd like to explain the
we deemed it to be the
solution
second
to
hardest
three
problem
kinds of
in the set.
The problem statement is as follows. You're given 2 dice, and you want to devise a third die that has advantage over the first die, and it has the lowest score against the second die. Or it has the advantage against the second die and has highest advantage against the first die. The score of the die against another is defined as the winning probability of that die. If the 2 dice have a tie, they have one over 2 points earned. Okay, so let's consider a one-face die. For example, let's take one-face die with 1 on it. It has 1 over 6 probability to win against the first die. And on the other hand, it has 0 probability to win against the second die. So it is correspond to these points in the diagram. Like this, we can calculate all points for a single face die, and these are shown in the diagram. So what happens with many face dies? It is just a combination of these points. By combination, I mean linear combination, and in this diagram, it means the convex hull of the points shown in red. Note that in this diagram, the first die corresponds to the vertical axis, and the second die, in this example, first die corresponds to D2, which corresponds to the horizontal axis, and the second die corresponds to the D1, which corresponds to the vertical axis. Be careful. Then you can calculate the answer by, for example, the winning against the first D1 means you have to choose some points on these lines and find the lowest is here. For the D2, check this line, and the highest number is here. So all we have to do is to find the points and calculate the convex hull and calculate the crossing point between these lines. This is the solution. Thank you.
Hey, and we're back. That was just a quick set of editorials and also a video from one of our sponsors. And yeah, we were just talking about what the 47th scoreboard looks like and what the problem set looks like. We were saying that, by the 90-minute mark, right, teams had solved A, D, G, H, I, C, and F, right? And it looks like the remaining 4 problems, in this case, teams might solve up to 3 of them.
Yeah, so
the winning team might solve 3 of them is what we're looking at.
Yeah, so in the ticker at the beginning of the contest, we posted sort of the analyst predictions for the problems, and we put them into 4 categories. So we had easy, medium, hard, and then technically impossible, but anything is possible. So instead of saying impossible, we said if you're bored, because the easy and medium and hard problems are too easy for you. And so the breakdown of the difficulties ended up being, we said there were 3 easy, 3 medium, 4 hard, and 1 impossible in each of the 46 and the 47 sets. So kind of the way we expect things to pan out is teams work through the easy problems pretty quickly. We hope that most of the teams can solve most of the easy problems. The medium problems are there to give sort of the middle of the pack teams like some good problems to work on. And we expect medal contenders to breeze through the easy and the medium problems. They should be at roughly 6 problems now, and we are seeing that on the 47 scoreboard right now. Mm-hmm. And it's basically medaling is conditional on how many hard problems you solve. So we're claiming that the winner will solve all 4 of them. We're claiming to get gold, you need to solve 3. And we're claiming that in order to medal, you need 2. If the problems are a little bit harder than we expect, then solving 1 hard problem very quickly would get you maybe a bronze medal, but we don't expect silver to have a cutoff of 7 for sure. Right.
Yeah, so the 47th scoreboard definitely looks like there's kind of like less, there's kind of more of these, there's almost like 5 easy medium problems, and then like only 2 medium ones that teams have kind of just started to get to. I guess H is also pretty medium. There have only been like a dozen teams that have solved it, but it seems like teams are kind of just getting to C and F, and they're not solving them that quickly. So we'll have to keep an eye on what happens there.
Yeah, looking at the 47 scoreboard, so the analysts said that problems A, G, and I are the 3 easy problems, right? And then the 3 medium problems were C, D, and H. And we are seeing that like D and H are getting some solves, and we expect teams to also hopefully follow up on C, but maybe there's a bit of a scoreboard effect / people need to read through the problems to try to figure out like what's coming or like what they should solve next. We actually thought problem F was one of the harder of the hard problems. So, and by comparison, we kind of thought problems B and K were a little bit on the easier side. But I think problem F is also one of those problems. It's also a problem about cycles, interestingly enough. But yeah, problem F also benefits a lot from if you've seen it, similar things before, the problem is a lot easier. Whereas I think B and K, I think it is probably easier to solve like on average, but it benefits less from having seen a lot of ideas or a lot of problems.
Right. Yeah. Do we want to talk really quickly about problem F maybe?
Yeah, we can do that.
One of the problems that teams are going to start working on.
Yeah, so we can talk about problem F. Problem F is called tilting tiles. Yep. When I first saw this problem, I groaned and I said, why is there a 2048 problem? And the judges all laughed and they say, don't worry, it's not 2048. It is much harder. But the problem basically, it's got a similar sort of vibe to 2048. So for those who remember 2048, you had a grid and you could press an arrow key and you would slide all of the tiles in that direction. In 2048, you would merge consecutive tiles or adjacent tiles that were the same number and make the bigger number. But that doesn't happen. So there's no merging here. The only thing that happens is when you say like down, all of the tiles will just move down until they like hit the end or they hit like the edge of another tile. And then the problem is basically you have a source configuration and you have a target destination or target configuration. Can you get from the source to the target? We have quite a few of these problems actually. Or we have like Zoo Management is exactly sort of the same framing. And I've already kind of spoiled it a bit, but you also solve this by doing some stuff with cycles.
Right.
Yeah, so
this problem does seem a good bit easier though, right?
This problem is just kind of different.
Or at least much less implementation.
We would say so. So instead of the problem being more implementation heavy, where you have to kind of find these cycles, this problem has more of like a number theory sort of flair. So what you will note is, because you don't actually merge any of the tiles, what ends up happening is there aren't that many stable configurations that you can have for the end.
Right.
And basically the only thing that you can really do is you can kind of move the things in a cycle. So you'll go like down and then right and then up and then left.
Right. It's kind of like if you just did down and left, right? The only two things you can do, like pressing down and left again doesn't do anything, right?
Right.
So the only thing you can do is go right. But if you just did you can go right or up, right? But if you just did down and then you go back up, then it kind of just cancels out your previous move. So really the only way to go forward is just down, like left, down, right, up, and keep cycling. Or maybe the other cycle.
Yeah, so those are like, there are some like trivial cases where like maybe you only press down initially or you only press up initially, but otherwise you have to do this like cycle thing. And so what ends up happening is the actual tiles themselves will sort of enter cycles of their own.
Right. You can think of this whole left, down, up, right, up thing as just like this whole group of 4 things is just a permutation, and it starts and ends from the same positions of tiles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so what you have to do is you have to kind of compute for like each cycle, like which, like how many iterations does it take for like a tile to be correct, and then you have a bunch of these. You have to figure out how to like combine these recurrences and make sure that there's a valid solution. And there's a little bit of details that go into it. So it's not as implementation heavy, but it's more number theory because different cycles will have different periods and so on.
Are all the cycles very short, or
you can so one question that I asked was, could you change the problem to ask for like output the minimum number of moves needed to get to the target configuration? And you can do it, but it actually can be pretty big.
I see.
Like, it is not feasible to ask for a specific, you can't output like a specific configuration like verbatim. It ends up being compressed. Like you could just say like left, down, upright like 1,000,000 times, but the sequences could get into like, billions, for example.
I see. Yeah, it's not just like all items are in cycles of size 4.
No,
you actually have you can actually create these situations with very long cycles.
Yeah, and so as that goes, the test data is also constructed in a way to sort of get these structures. So you can end up with like very big answers, for example.
Yeah. So you can't just like simulate it even quickly. You actually have to do number theoretic things and take GCDs and things.
Yeah, if you could simulate it, we would not call this an easy problem, or we would not call this a hard problem. We would definitely call it like a easy medium. But yeah, you can't simulate it. You have to do the number theory.
Right. Yeah. So that's the hard problems there. Let's take another quick look at the scoreboard. Let's look at the 46th scoreboard really quickly. And it looks like here we have MIT is now in the lead, and they finally solved T. They actually solved it with 1 wrong submit, which is a little out of the ordinary compared to the other teams. But they actually have a 2-problem lead at this point. What do you think about that?
I think it's very impressive. Like usually the leading team is, there will always be a time where the team that is leading is uniquely on top. But it's pretty rare for a team to be 2 problems up, because at the World Finals, the competition is so fierce, and there are tons of strong teams. So seeing MIT with 2 problems up is pretty crazy to see. But like, props to them. Like they solved problem R, which we think again is super hard, and we're pretty sure that they're not going to solve all of the problems. So we're going to see how long it takes for them to solve it, whether they can get to 10 quickly. And meanwhile, we'll see if other teams catch up.
Yeah. I mean, they have a lot of wrong submissions, so their penalty is definitely not like the best. Seems like they didn't choose the perfect order. But the fact that they've solved all these problems by now does mean that like every minute that a team takes to get here, you know, like it like counts extra against them. So
yeah, and if MIT like solves other problems quickly, like even if they have wrong submissions, like there is a bit of a psychological effect. Like the teams that have 6. Like they're not racing to catch up to MIT. They are 2 problems behind. Right. So they have to do quite a bit. And as we've said, problem R is very involved. Yeah. And so it will take a while for we'll see if these teams are able to catch up.
Yeah. I think let's take another quick look at 47 again. And then maybe we can talk about just one more problem before you leave.
Yep.
So 47, it looks like the scoreboard is still pretty similar. Definitely teams solving H, but no real activity on C or F at the moment.
Yeah, I think there is a little bit of, even though we have concretely identified like problems.
It seems like we are back, and yeah, taking another look at MIT. It looks like they are currently not working on S as you suggested, but they're actually working on X.
Working on X is interesting. I mean, It's funny because in our internal notes I say that X is easier than problem S, but given that some top teams like Peking were trying S, I would have expected that maybe MIT is going to try it anyway. We think it's hard because there are just a lot of details. Problem X is
Peking we're trying S. I would have expected that maybe MIT is going to try Peking we're trying S. I would have expected that maybe MIT is going to try it anyway. Problem X is sort of similar in the amount of details it has, but once you sort of have the core idea for problem X, I think it just ends up being implementation, and then hopefully you brought flow in your it's flow solution. It'll pass really easily because the graph, the implied graph is tiny. It's like 50 nodes and unit flying.
Yeah, and looking at this, it looks like I'm trying to see if they pasted flow. They have DFS.
If they have DFS, it's probably flow, right? I would expect that to be like augmenting paths.
Yes, they have minus equals S and plus equals S. So that looks like it's flow.
All right, so they have the core idea. So yeah, I expect them to solve it pretty quickly then.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I should have it was a toss-up for me whether they were going to do X or S first. Problem X is easier, we think. The main reason why it's a little bit hard is because maybe you're like me and you got tricked into thinking, oh, I can just do like some optimized backtracking or something. I think it's still doable, but it's way harder to implement because there's like, you basically, we haven't discussed the problem, but you're basically maintaining a bunch of information and you have to, you're being asked like, is the information consistent? And so with optimized backtracking, if you're not careful, you will like have too many like candidate states to maintain, and that's not good. But if you have flow, then it's pretty easy because if the information is consistent, you have a valid flow, and if the information is inconsistent, you don't have a valid flow.
I see. So the whole thing simplifies down to just the constraints of the flow, and you don't really have to check anything else. Yeah,
there's a little bit of implementation details in the specific problem. I know we haven't actually discussed the specifics, but it really does boil down to at the end, it's like if all the information is consistent, you have to output like a valid state that like proves it, and otherwise you output like the first piece of information after which there is no universe where that prefix of information is consistent.
I see. So they actually make you check like every single prefix.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Looks like we are getting a solution video pretty soon, and we can stay tuned and watch that real quick.
Yep, you can swap in, and I will.
We didn't even talk about.
Okay.
Here's a solution for problem doing container shuffle. In this problem, we're given a ship which has n containers, numbered from 1 to n, from left to right. And then it's first moved to the storage, which contains of 2 stacks of containers.
Sounds good.
Okay, looks like we might not be getting that video after all.
Just kidding about the video.
For example, like it's
But
following.
we can talk about more of the problems.
Do you want to talk about problem X, actually? I can give you some details about it. I just read it.
Sure,
I know
yeah.
you guys just talked about flow, but...
Yep.
What is the average number of moves we need to do?
Let me first
to
say, it
the
is
whole
not
move?
obvious at all that flow is involved.
Averaged by all ways, all 2 to the n ways
To me, initially.
of moving, of
Now that you've said it, it all clicks.
separating
It's one of those one-word spoilers, but yeah,
to
let's
put the
talk.
container A1 on the track.
Let me mirror this.
Yep. Yeah, should just be the one.
So the key observation we can do here is if we first
have
number containers from the
card
left
game.
stack,
Each player has 8
from
cards.
bottom to
So
the
basically, let me
and then
throw away
containers
all of
on
the
the
flavor
right
text.
side,
Okay,
from top
great.
to the
Go
bottom.
Fish. You're playing Go Fish.
This
Oh, great,
total
okay.
order
But it's a special version of Go Fish
would
where
never
the following is
change
the case.
during the
Yeah.
hour process.
You have like
The only
4
thing
different
which would happen to
suits,
this order is
basically.
some
You have, like,
containers would eventually
hearts,
disappear.
spades,
So
clubs,
for
diamonds.
example, if
Yep.
we move container
And the
4
idea
to the right
is
and then remove container 3,
You need to
the
have
move
one
would
heart.
have almost the same order, except the fact that there is no more container number 3. Assuming that, we can count number of moves we need to do in each step, and based on linearity of expected value, we can just sum these values, and this will be the final answer. Each next container, we need to figure out in what state our stacks would be right after we start moving it. But we know it as our values didn't change. We know it as our values enough for solving this problem.
All right, welcome back. We are going to talk about problem X here. So, like I mentioned earlier, problem X is basically Go Fish, but instead of there being 2 copies of each fish, there are 4.
Yeah.
And there are 4 different suits.
Okay.
So basically you have like hearts, clubs, diamonds, spades. And if you have all of the things in one suit, like all of the 1s, for example, all the 2s, then you play them and you get a point or something.
Right.
It isn't exactly important how the scoring works. What's important is sometimes people cheat. And the problem is about discovering cheating and all of the times that you know what happened, or whether you know what happened, or if it's possible that it never happened. So basically, here's how the input works. You can see this example here. So basically, we're saying that this is an action from player 1. Player 1 asks player 2 for 3C. So this basically means suit 3, card C.
Right.
Player 2 says no.
Right.
Player 2 doesn't have it.
Right.
If player 2 did have it, it would become player 2's turn.
Right.
That part's not really important because they guarantee that like people like follow the correct turn order, but they might lie about which cards they have.
Okay.
So basically, you just have to find out when is like someone guaranteed that they're lying. So in this case,
right,
both players are claiming not to have card 3C.
Right.
But it's a full deck, so one of them does. So
Right.
someone's lying. You first learn that this happens if you're paying attention on the
Right.
fourth turn.
Right.
Because then you can see, all right, the second player has said they don't have it, but one of them does.
Right. Is it always 2 players?
No, it's
N players.
Oh wait. Good question.
Up to 4 players.
Up to 4 players. Okay.
No, it's always just 4 players. Ah, yes, I see. So the problem. What? Oh, wait, what?
I guess it's 4 players.
I guess it is a 4-player card game. Yeah, and there are 32 cards. Sorry. So when you have the.
Oh, so I guess my interpretation of this is slightly wrong.
Right.
But go ahead. Sorry.
So, do you need the same? Do you need something of the same number in order to ask, or something of the same letter?
You need something of the same letter, I believe. So the letter is the suit. I said is the number. The letter is the suit.
Right.
And you need something of the same suit to ask about a suit.
No, I think it's the other way.
Really?
I think that's what the first example is showing. 3 from card player 3 for 3A D, which means they must have B. Yeah, so what's going on is that, yeah, you have to have a card of the same number, and then what's going on in the first one, the first example, is that, so player 1 asks player 2 if they have 3C, and player 2 says no, right? And then, so that means 2 things. First of all, player 1 does have a 3 somewhere. And then also that player 1 does not have player 1 has a 3 and player 2 does not have 3C. So then player 2 asks players 3 and 4 for 3A and 3D, right? And in order to ask that, player 2 must have had a 3, which means that player 2 had 3B, right? So player 2 had 3B, players 3 and 4 had 3A and 3D, which then gave to player 2. And now player 1 must have had some card number 3 in order to ask player 2 at the beginning, right? So they must have card 3C. So player 2 asks for card 3C, and then the fact that player A doesn't have it means that player A lied about being able to ask it initially. Or player 2 lied about having card 3B.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, that's the idea, yeah. So there are a couple implications that happen whenever you answer a question.
Right.
If you say yes,
yeah,
that means that you have the card.
But it also means you had a card to begin with.
You had.
You still must have had. It also has the implication. It still has the implication that you had like one of the other cards of that suit to begin with. Right.
If you answer.
Yeah.
When you answer yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It just says that you had it. But it also So if you answer yes, that means the person who is asked.
Right.
They now have it.
Right.
And the asker.
Right.
Like has some 3, we said?
Right.
Yeah, some 3.
Right.
Okay. If you say no,
yeah,
what that means is that the asker has
some 3.
Some 3.
Yeah.
And the asked has not that.
Right.
Now over time, if there's a yes, the cards change hands.
Right.
So you have to keep track of that.
Right.
But you know exactly who has it at which point.
Right. Because if it ever changes hands, then you saw it change hands.
Exactly.
And then you can keep track of it.
So really, the big thing that you're trying to figure out is in the beginning of the game,
right,
who has which cards.
Right. And particularly the cards that never change hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, okay. So if it's possible, I guess you just print yes, and you don't need to extract how.
Yeah, sorry, we're gonna have to take a quick pause. We'll be right back. Have like intermediary nodes, which are like, instead of connecting player 1 directly to 3A, right? We can have a node which is like player 1A, or player 1, 1, and player 1, 2, right? And this node can have as much flow as you want, but here we can impose a demand on this edge. We can say that, oh, this edge must have flow at least 1, and then it's allowed to have flow up to, I guess, infinity or 4, allowed to have all of these. So each player will have an intermediary node to each number, right? And that will represent the constraint that, I can connect to any number of them, or I might need, it might be inconsistent if I don't have at least one connection to one of them.
This is flow with demands, which is circulation, or can you just modify your graph?
You should just be able to modify your graph. I know I'm showing the school a lot, but that's
yeah, no, it's fun.
That's what we get. We don't have
MIT. Welcome back. We're taking a look at MIT recently.
Yeah. We kind of just finished discussing problem X. It looks like it's kind of an interesting flow graph that if you set it up as flow, you should just be able to evaluate the graph, but you still have to keep track of a lot of state.
Take some doing.
And we saw MIT has been working on this problem. So quickly we wanted to check in on what kind of progress they're making. It looks like they're typing. They just typed the last line of flow demands, it looks like. And so maybe that means that they have the whole system set up now.
Yeah, I'm looking at their code.
Yeah.
It looks like they've got quite a bit of debug output here.
Yeah.
So if I had to guess, it sounds like they have some break case and they're interested in figuring out why their flow doesn't pass
They're
it.
typing using namespace Dinic and things like that. So it seems like they're running. They're trying to run their flow.
They're on the right track at least.
And they're on the right track, but we'll see how long it'll take them to finish up this problem.
I've also looked at problem Z when I was off screen, and oh my goodness, does it look terrible.
You wanna show the problem?
We can talk about it, yeah, but I have no idea where to even come close to starting here.
Let's turn on the screen.
Let's take a look here. So I can read it real quick. Basically, you have a professor who's taken some notes on some Egyptian traps involving triangles, basically like a cycle of length 3, and some hidden levers. Each lever can be either flipped or not flipped, and when you flip a lever, each of the triangles will either stay the same, rotate clockwise, or rotate counterclockwise.
Okay.
So the professor has taken a bunch of notes on what each of the levers do. And then to one of her grad students, she's assigned the task of figuring out all possible triplets of where the 3 triangles could be. So for example, they could all be pointing up, they could all be pointing down and to the right, they could all be pointing down to the left. The first one could be pointing up, but the other 2 could be down to the left, and so on.
Right.
So that's all happened in the past. Obviously there are 3 to the k possible orientations, but maybe not all of those are things you can activate with the levers.
Right.
Depending on how the levers are set up. Now, you've done all of this work, but then you accidentally spilt a bunch of ink all over your professor's notes. Clumsy you. So what you have to do is restore some possible version of your professor's notes that would have yielded what you came up with.
Interesting.
You also are told how many times each of your triplets works. So for example, the three orientations are E, I, and A. So for example, in this one we have E. We have E, E, E.
Right.
this occurs one time. So of one of the possible,
Right.
like 2 to the n lever states,
Right.
you get this. In this case, we have 3 levers. One of them is IA, or one result is IA, one is AA,
Right.
and both of them occur 4 times.
Right.
And this can be achieved by just having 2 levers, which you can flip them, but they don't do anything.
Right. That means that gives you a 4x, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of the count, and then the other lever switches the I to the A. And
Exactly.
Vice versa.
And it just changes the first one.
So the triangles are kind of just numbers mod 3, right? They just
Exactly.
like rotate.
Yeah.
And then each lever goes +1 or -1 on each.
Or
right?
0. Yep.
Or 0. And the hardest, the tricky thing is that the levers cannot go, the levers, if the levers were buttons and you just pressed it, then it would essentially just be like some linear operate, like add to some linear number, linearly add a vector to your current set of states, right?
So what do you mean by that?
For instance, like if instead of levers they were buttons that you could push any number of times, then you
Okay.
could just like rotate each of these pyramids by just like this value, and it would just be some linear.
So like basically, if the lever had 3 states,
Yeah.
and you could add 0, add 1, or add 2.
Right.
Yeah.
Then you could do. Then it would just be kind of a system of linear equations mod 3, and you would kind of, the number of different states would always be a multiple of 3 to the k. Would always be 3 to the k for some k, and it would just be easy like that.
But in this case, since it's a lever,
Yeah.
the lever only decides between like +1 or -1.
Right.
And you might need 2 levers working together to
Right.
get to the
Yeah.
third state you couldn't otherwise reach.
It's more like you have this vector, but you can only add 0 times this vector or 1 times this vector. You can't add 2 times this vector, right?
Yeah.
And we're trying to like construct some set of vectors which do this.
Now, I think worth noting here is that our bounds are very small.
Right.
So we have at most, k is at most 5. What is k again?
The number of
K is
pyramids.
the number of pyramids. So there are at most 5 triangles.
Right.
And there are at most 40 levers.
Right.
Now, I don't think you actually need 40 levers to reach all of these.
Right.
And I think that means at least half of your levers, if there are 40, can just be empty, but I don't have any proof of that. This is just my intuition.
Yeah, I think it might be the case that you need to duplicate levers or something to get the counts to match up exactly. So I think that part is like not so
Interesting, okay.
obvious. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But one.
But yeah, so just in case it helps, 3 to the 5th is a little less than 250.
Right. Right. So right. It's 243. Right.
Oh well.
As we all know our perfect powers. One interesting way of thinking about this is we're trying to think of this as factorization.
What?
So
where does that come from?
if we think of essentially like each lever, right? Each lever essentially has 2 options, right? It's either like 1 or it's like some other state, right?
Sure.
And the way we can represent this state is kind of in the exponents of a generating function. So we can say that if it adjusts, like we can have like say we have just like 3 towers, and we can just assign them variables x, y, and z. These variables are more like placeholders than actual like variables. But we can say that rotating x 1 time is x to the 1, rotating it 2 times is x squared, and rotating it 3 times is x cubed, which equals 1. So we'll say that we'll say these are like numbers, like kind of the exponents are mod 3. So mod x cubed minus 1 is kind of what we're doing. It's not actually mod x cubed, it's mod x cubed minus 1. Because we're saying that x cubed equals 1. If x cubed equals 1, then x cubed minus 1 equals 0.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So, or this whole thing minus 1, right?
No, it's mod x cubed minus 1 times, and also mod y cubed minus 1, and also mod z cubed minus 1. Because each of them, like, kind of are independent. So then a lever is kind of just the set of states is kind of just a polynomial. And if you work out the math, a lever is just like 1 plus maybe like x goes forward and y goes backwards and z doesn't change. That would just be 1 plus x y squared. And you can convince yourself that the way we've set it up, when you have 2 levers, the set of states you can get to is exactly the product. Because when you multiply 2 things, you like expand them, and then the exponents of the monomials add up. You know, so if we have one lever that's x1 plus like x forward, y backwards, and we have another lever that's like z forward, x forward, right? That would be 1 plus xy squared times 1 plus xz. Yeah.
So can we take a step back here?
Yeah.
Because I'm not following it, and I'm sure a lot of the viewers probably aren't here.
Yeah.
So what does xy squared mean?
So xy squared means means the operation, which is rotating the first one, the x triangle forward by 1, and rotating the y triangle forward by 2, which is also just backwards by 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
And 1 is the operation, which is nothing, right? 1 is just the identity, which is just the identity.
So these are the two operations we can reach, and why are we adding them together?
It's because the lever can do either 1 or xy squared. So if we have the first lever that can do, like in the left state, it's just the base state, and in the right state, it causes the things to rotate by xy squared, by plus x minus y, then we just say this lever corresponds to the term 1 plus xy squared.
And are we just like not interested in coefficients here?
Well, the coefficients of both of these are 1, because there's one position for the lever, which is 0, and one position for the lever, which is xy squared, which is, yeah.
Oh, I see. So when you multiply it, you get like 2, yeah, let's actually do that maybe.
Yeah.
So we get 1 squared
plus,
plus 2 x squared y squared z.
That's just 1 x squared y squared z.
Oh yeah, because this is not squaring. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then plus
xy
squared plus
xy squared
xz
plus xz.
So these roughly correspond to, if I have the initial levers, right? Yeah. I can flip both. I can flip one, or I can flip the other, right?
I know. Understand. Okay.
Yeah. And so this is like the first is like, if we know what levers we have, like we can multiply them out and get like kind of, this tells us the frequencies of all final states, right? Just that corresponds to multiplication.
Yeah. So there's like one here, and so on. So there's one of each possibility.
We'll be right back. I think we have a quick analysis video for a different problem.
Hi, I'm Nick, and I'm here to present the solution to Carl's vacation. So, in this problem, we have Carl the ant, who is vacationing in Egypt, and Carl is on top of one of these pyramids. And he doesn't want to be on top of this pyramid, he actually wants to be on top of another pyramid. So what he will do is he will crawl down the pyramid he's currently on, and then walk across the desert a little bit, and then walk up to the top of the pyramid he wants to be on. Now, Carl is in the desert because he's in Egypt, and he doesn't want to spend forever walking. So he wants to know the length of the shortest path to get from where he is to where he wants to be. So how do we do this? It turns out that there are two different approaches to this problem. So the first one is based on the idea of ternary search. So let's consider fixing the point at which Carl starts walking up the destination pyramid. So if we fix that point, and we say that Carl was always going to walk up their pyramid in this way, and then we consider that Carl was on top of this pyramid here somewhere, we can ternary search around the perimeter to see at which point would be minimizing the distance that Carl needs to walk to get to the destination. Now, we don't actually know what the optimal point is on the destination pyramid either. So we would also have to run a sort of nested ternary search on the destination pyramid. And this ends up being fast enough to work within the given bounds. Now, some people don't like ternary search, so there is sort of a solution that doesn't require using this structure. So what we can do is, instead of thinking about this problem in 3 dimensions, we can try to just think about it in 2 dimensions. So each of these pyramids has some height, and so depending on which direction Carl is walking, instead of thinking of him as walking from like above the surface of the desert, we can pretend to unfold the pyramid, and when we unfold the pyramid, there are these 4 different locations that Carl could be at, corresponding to the face that he decides to walk down. And so you can unfold both of these pyramids, and then there are only so many combinations of paths that Carl could reasonably try. So this is a shorter solution to write in theory. You don't have to deal with nested ternary search or floating point or anything such as that. However, there are some tricky edge cases that you have to be careful about. So imagine, for example, that you have 2 pyramids that are really close to each other, but these pyramids are extremely tall. When you unfold them, the unfolded locations might end up being in the wrong place. So we'll say that the starting location is the left pyramid and the ending location is the right pyramid. So one of the unfolded locations here is actually illegal to consider because it corresponds to sort of walking along a face, but if you actually map that to the path that Carl would actually take in real life, it doesn't actually work. So if you do use this solution, you have to take care to exclude paths that don't actually map to a real path that Carl could actually take.
All right, welcome back. We were talking about problem Z, a very difficult looking problem. We're going to continue what we were mentioning earlier. So Andrew was talking about an idea how this can relate to factoring. I'll hand it off to him and he can explain it from there.
Right. So the input that we're given is a frequency list of how many ways we can get to each final state, right? And that essentially corresponds to a big polynomial in our variables x, y, and z. And so kind of we're given this polynomial, and we want to decompose it as a product of our levers, you know? And each of our levers is supposed to have like 2 terms, one with coefficient 1 and one with coefficient 2.
So to elaborate just a little bit on like what a term would be, you can have one that's like, basically when I have 1 here, that's the same as x to the 0.
Right.
X to the 0, y to the 0, z to the 0.
Right.
And then xy squared is just x to the 1, y squared, z to the 0.
Right.
Which basically just means that this is, you've turned x once, you've turned y twice, and you haven't turned z.
Or you've turned them 0 times because you left the lever where it originally was.
Exactly, yeah. Or you can do this.
Yeah.
And so on. So here there are 4 possible states you can reach.
Right.
What you're looking for is basically each of these states, you can reach each of them one time.
Right.
But it's feasible to imagine something where it's like 1, 3, 3, 1, for example.
Right. For example, yeah. And so, it's not totally clear how we how we would go from the final multiplied through thing back to the original ones. I haven't thought about it hard enough to decide whether this is a unique factorization domain, but if you can uniquely factorize, then it's very easy. You just take your polynomial, you factorize it, which, we have to find some way to do. We factorize it into a bunch of terms which are size 2, right? And then for each of these, you just have a lever which switches between these 2 states. And one thing is, if your levers are, the initial state is not given, you can choose the initial state. So if the lever, if you factor it into like x to the 1 plus x squared y squared, you can just say, oh, actually the initial state was x to the 1, and the lever is actually x to the 0 plus x to the 1 y squared.
This is all somewhat conjecture because we don't have it fully worked out. But
so
to my naive ears, it sounds plausible.
Yeah, and the way you factorize could be very straightforward. given that no team has solved it, I think it might not be, but you can kind of normally, with normal polynomials, you can always just factor them, right? Polynomials have unique factorizations. This is a result of the fundamental theorem of algebra and other things like that. And because they have unique factorizations, you can always
just even if like fields are under mod like these are.
Yes. The problem is this is not the ring. This is a polynomial. Yeah. This is we have this mod constraint.
Yeah.
But in general, polynomials can be uniquely factorized. And here actually there are few enough possible terms that you can trivially you can naive factorize it. You can just trial division and try and divide this by each possible lever.
And the number of terms is like 250.
Yeah, and the number of possible levers is 243, and you just keep dividing them. In this case, it
how do
seems
you sorry, I don't have to interrupt, but how do you know if one works or not?
How do you know if one works or not?
Because when we're in a field, I mean, maybe I just am out of my league here with the math, but when you're in a field, it seems like the way I think about fields is like mods, right?
Right.
Or like numbers mod 10 to the 9 plus 7.
Right.
You don't know if a number is divisible by another number if you have it under mod, because you don't know what the second number
really is. And here, what's going on is the coefficients are not mod 10 to the 9 plus 7, right?
Yeah.
But the terms
the exponents
are the exponents are kind of mod 3, right?
Yeah.
And one way of thinking about it is if I have a lever which is 0 to 1, right? Then I understand the problem now. So if I have a lever which say switches just x, right?
Yeah.
Then what I can do is I can group I can group them all into the things with the same y and z. I just put into one group, and then x I have this a of x to the 0 times the same yz, and 1 x to the b of x to the 1 times the same yz, and c of the same x squared, right? And now I need to group these into groups of size I need to group them into there's some number of a's and b's, some number of b's and c's, some number of c's and a's, right? Because that's what the lever does, right? And so that should just work, but it's the biggest fear is not that you can't divide; it's that you can divide in multiple ways. It's that there might be multiple distinct factorizations, which kind of lead you to different divisors, which doesn't feel like it should be possible. So I need to think about this more, and I can get back to the stream with that.
Okay, yeah, we'll give you a break in a bit, and then you can come back and let us know what you find. All right, let's take a look at the scoreboard. It's been quite a while since we've looked at this. MIT running away with it with 9 problems.
They finally solved problem X, and they solved it in only one submit. It seems like they got it pretty recently, and that definitely puts them solidly in the lead. They now have only 2 problems left, and they have a whole 2 hours left in the contest.
They also have problem R, as we mentioned earlier, which of course is quite a difficult problem from the looks of it. Only wrong answers from other teams that we've seen so far, I believe. Right. I believe there's only been one World Finals year in recent history where every problem has been solved.
Yeah.
Gennadi's second year.
Right.
And I don't want to speak too soon, but they have a good amount of contests left and only 2 problems, so
right. Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, neither of these 2 problems has any solves. In fact, S doesn't seem close to having a solve on either contest. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on it and keep thinking about whether it's definitely possibly very hard. So I think MIT
the other year too. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think from MIT's point of view, it's critical to solve at least one problem, and you should
one more,
and if they can solve 2, then they've essentially guaranteed the win. And if they and otherwise they need to just work really hard to make sure they solve the first.
Yeah. Yeah, totally agree. I mean, I guess at this point it's up to them to decide which of these 2 problems is more approachable.
Right. Let's also take a quick look at the scoreboard for the second contest. So actually here we also have a team pulling away by problems, right? HSC has actually solved problem K. They actually weren't the first solve, it seems. Or they're not marked as the first solve, but they are a pretty early solve. And they also have solved problems C and F, which were the problems that we saw. Just as a reminder, at the 90-minute mark, we saw problems A, C, D, or A, D, G, I all had many solves. And then C and F H had a few solves, and C and F each had about 1 or 2. So those are the problems that kind of every team is kind of trying to make sure they solve by around this point, around the 3-hour mark. At least the top medal contending teams are trying to hit that. And we say that HSC has solved all those problems plus K. And only one of the teams has solved all those problems. That's Peking University.
All of those problems have been solved by another team, which means maybe they're a little bit more approachable. But
yeah,
of course, the teams in the gold medal range are on another level compared to, us mere mortals. So that doesn't say too much of them.
We also saw that. We also can see that problem B has a first solve by Harbor Space University. So that's a pretty interesting sign. It means that this problem is actually solvable, and may get another solve by the end of the contest, which means that in
quite
this
a few
contest,
wrong answers though.
What?
Quite a few wrong answers on B.
Quite a few wrong answers, but it does mean that actually in both contests all but 2 problems have been solved already.
Interesting. All right.
And actually, in both problems, one of the missing problems is the problem we were talking about, S and J, which is the which problem is it? It's the bridging the gap. It's the bridge problem, right? And the other problem is something which looks pretty hard.
What is the bridge problem? Did you guys talk about it?
We talked about it briefly. Have you heard of this riddle?
Is it the goat?
You have a torch, and you have some people who can walk
at
some
bridge
speed.
problem. Yes. Okay.
And so you have some people who can walk at the bridge can only support 2 people at a time, and people have walking speed of 1, 2, 4, and 10. 1, 2, 5, and 10.
Yeah.
And you want them to all cross the bridge in at most 17 seconds.
So is it the same sort of thing but with different walking speeds, different total?
Yeah, so the different test cases are, you want to solve the general case where you can have different number of people allowed on the bridge at a time, and also you can have different walking speeds and a different total number of people.
And what are bounds?
So the bounds here are 10 to the 4 people, and at most 10 to the 4, 10 to the 4 people, and at most, and the walking time can be up to 10 to the 9. So no GPs here. No knapsacks here.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And that's the time for this person to cross the bridge, and it takes the time of the slower of 2 people. If 2 people are doing it.
You have to wait on the slower person.
Yeah.
And everyone has to hold the torch together.
Everyone has to what?
Or there's only one torch, so you can only have one
torch,
person on the bridge, one group on the bridge at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you come up with a solution to it, or still thinking?
No, I don't really have a clear solution. I think I have some ideas. Kind of the sample shows you that actually sometimes it's good to have instead of sending one thing you might want to do is you send
so it was like the naive idea, which is where people usually get tripped up, is you send 1 and the slowest person over, so 1 and 10.
Right.
Takes 10 seconds.
Right.
You want to send 1 over because you have to bring the torch back, so you might as well do it as fast as possible. So you bring it back, then you send 1 and 5 over.
Right.
Bring it back, then 1 and 2 over, and then you're done. But the tricky thing is the 5 and the 10, having them both do it is a little slow, I guess.
The 5 and the 10 taking separate trips is actually kind of bad, because 5 is, if it were like 8 even, like, you wouldn't want to do this. You'd rather send the 10 and the 8 together over together, but you don't want either of them to come back, right? That would be terrible. So what you have to do is you have to prepare by first sending 1 and 2 over at the same time, and then having them together, having one of them bring the torch back, and then having one of them bring the torch back, then sending 8 and 10 together, and then having the other person bring the torch back. So kind of by sending 1 and 2 first, you've kind of prepared a person sitting at the other side to bring the torch back for 8 and 10.
But the interesting thing is, as long as we only have 1 torch, the 2 fastest people are the only people you would ever use from that.
Well,
right?
If the bridge supports 2 people.
The bridge can support multiple.
If the bridge can support like 5 people, you might want to send a group which is the 5 fastest people or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. And so I think I
don't know. It does seem a lot like it's either the fastest person in the group of slowest or the other. But the tricky part is that you don't know which to do, and you can end up in a bunch of different states to do that, I guess.
I think it's I think right now, the way I'm thinking about it right now, it seems like you actually might want to send like various mixed groups as well. where you send like a group of like the 3 fastest people and also 2 slow people, and then you use those to send 3 full groups, or like 2 full groups of slow people back, you know?
So you can like prepare multiple.
Yeah, so you can prepare
setup.
as you send like medium people. You send some medium speed people there and also some fast people in order to prepare to send some slow people there, you know?
That is a very cool problem.
You have this mix, and you kind of need this constraint where the total number of fast people that you send is enough. That like, you know, it adds up to enough that you can always bring the torch back.
That makes me think that what you would do is brute force the number of fast people you're sending back.
Something like that.
And then find some way of calculating it quickly.
Yeah.
I'd have to think about it a lot more with some paper.
Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe you do something where like, you can send 3 fast people, right? You can send a group of like up to, in any group you can send K fast people, and the total number of K has to equal the total number of groups, right? So if you send a group of only slow people, you build up like 1 deficit, and if you send a group of many fast people, you build up some amount of surplus. And you have to balance how you split up this deficit and the surplus together with the medium and the fast and the slow people. And also like the different fast people you send like have different speeds, you know? Like if you send 3 fast people, if your 4th fastest person is like kind of slow, maybe it's like 1, 1, 1, 5, and like your other people are like 100 or something.
Yeah.
You still sometimes might not want to send the 5 because the 5 is much slower than the 1s, you know?
Yeah, I don't know actually.
Yeah.
I'd have to sit down and like think about it. And look at the math.
Yeah. So there's definitely a lot of like thinking about all these cases and like exactly how you can structure it and what is the necessary and sufficient conditions, and I think that leads to some pretty interesting algorithms.
Do we know if the card game problem was on both sets or only one?
It looks like it was only on one set, the flow problem that we were talking about.
And that was the A
that
through...
was X.
Oh, that was X.
On the 46th set. So that was the one that MIT solved.
I see this toy train tracks problem, and it makes it look like a flow problem because of the setup. But
I think the toy train tracks problem, looking at the scoreboard, I haven't really read the thought about the problem. It looks like a very easy problem. We can pull up the scoreboard.
Yeah, let's take a look then, right?
Yeah.
It's easy, I can do it.
Yeah.
Every child and quite a few adults are fascinated by toy trains. There's a song about that. You know, I love toy trains. Great movie.
Okay. What movie?
It's like a movie for kids. There's little toy trains, and the whole thing is made to look like real trains, but they're all miniature.
Oh, that's so cute.
And they have music and cute little sing-along songs for kids. Right. Anyway, from a toddler's choo-choo train to a hobbyist's elaborate model of a railroad filling an entire basement. My dad and I did that. It was awesome. They're a profitable business. The Toy Train Tracks Construction Company, TTTCC, manufactures train tracks. This is a tongue twister here. Train tracks for all ages and skill levels. To keep their existing customers busy and attract new ones, they've started publishing maps on how to connect their trains in elaborate layouts. Usually, this starts with a designer coming up with an interesting layout, and then publishing the layout and the required number of different track segments, say curves and straight parts, needed to construct it. But they have recently learned that many customers are looking for the reverse. They already have the train track segments lying around, maybe found in the grandma's attic, and would like to use them to create a large train course. How difficult might it be? So they have a straight one and a 90-degree one. And here's an example one.
Right.
What is the longest closed loop one can construct?
Right.
Now? 2 minutes. All right. Oh, and you actually like.
You have to actually output it. Yeah. So this
Our
problem
left,
is like
left and right are identical, right?
Yes. The curve can be used for either the left track or the right track. The left turn or the right turn. So I guess the first observation, we really want to just talk about what loops are possible, right? And I guess the first observation is that every loop has to have at least 4 turns, right?
Yes. So you need 4 more L's than R's.
Yeah, you always need 4 more L's than R's. I guess you actually have to use an even number of curved segments, right?
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah. Yeah.
You need an even, total curve segments.
Of total curve segments.
Sure, yeah. But exactly 4 more.
Exactly 4 more L's than R's,
Yeah.
right? And what else do we have to have? So, and if you have some number of L's and R's, you kind of can always do, it's kind of never too hard. You can kind of always just do the zigzag thing where you have like an L and then you alternate L's and R's, and that like zigzags down, and then you kind of do another L and then you zigzag all the way back up.
Yeah. So it sounds like just with constructive, you can prove that like with some number of L's and R's that satisfy these 2 conditions, you can always do it.
Right.
And then if you have an even number of straight pieces, or
right. If
wait, can you not?
Yeah.
Do you always need an even number? Obviously, if you have an even number of straight pieces, you can like cut it anywhere, put 2 straight pieces in.
And then just like have this long straight segment, right?
Yeah, exactly. But can you not? I don't know. Like naively, it seems like you would be able to do that. Oh, you can't though, because every LR on a checkerboard would stay in the same color.
Yeah.
And even one wouldn't.
I don't
so you
really
run
have
into parity issues.
I have like the way I think about it, I don't know if there's an easier phrasing, is that every LR, so every step you take, you switch parities, right? You switch checkerboard parity, right? And then every, so you have to take an even number of steps total, right? And then also every LR switches the parity of whether you're going straight or vertical, right? Oh, sorry. Here's an easy explanation. The total number of LRs has to be even. The total number of segments has to be even. And so the total number of straight segments also has to be even.
And the total number of segments has to be even because
you go like plus some number of X and minus
check.
some number of X or something.
Oh, sure, yeah. Wait. But in an LR, like a turn changes both X and Y.
I guess like if you consider
if
you consider the edges, sure, yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah, makes sense. And then to construct it, you just do that, cut it somewhere, and then put your L's on both sides.
Yeah. That seems like it's right. I mean, this problem was solved in the first 31 minutes, so it seems like we're probably not.
Yeah, it's. I mean,
this
we're not
solution
missing
looks like
something
the right.
huge.
Yeah, we're not missing something huge. Yeah.
Definitely, it's much easier to just say how long is the answer than build the answer, but building it doesn't seem terrible.
Yeah, actually, our construction actually only works if the number of curved segments is a multiple of 4, doesn't it?
No, or does it? Well, let's see. I mean, there might be some more details, but like...
Yeah, maybe it does require that the number of curved segments is a multiple of 4. Oh, actually, we just had a announcement from the analyst that MIT has submitted on Z, and
let's take a look at their
like,
screen.
Yeah, let's take a quick look. Let's pull up their screen really quick. Oh, this is Harbor Space. This is on the other contest, and they are debugging J, maybe. But let's take a quick look at MIT again. Oh, we're on top, and we don't have
MIT copy paste.
We are. Oh, sorry. Let me fix this real quick. MIT. They have an incorrect submission on Z. I think the analysts told us something about. Told us that they were maybe missing an edge case or something, or maybe their submission is totally wrong.
We'll be right back after a quick video coming in just a few seconds here.
Here is a solution for problem doing container shuffle. In this problem, we're given a ship which has n containers, numbered from 1 to n, from left to right, and then it's first moved to the storage, which contains of 2 stacks of containers. Each container is randomly moved to either first stack or the second stack in the order. For example, like it's shown in the picture. And then they need to be moved to the tracks in the given order. First container number A1, then container number A2, and so on. We are asked in what is the average number of moves we need to do to the whole move, averaged by all ways, all 2 to the n ways of moving, of separating containers between 2 stacks. To put the container A1 on the track, we need to make it a top one of the stacks. For example, if we need to move container 3 in this way, we need to first move container 4 to another stack. So the key observation we can do here is if we first number containers from the left stack from bottom to the top, and then containers on the right stack from top to the bottom, this total order would never change during the hour process. The only thing which would happen to this order is some containers would eventually disappear. So for example, if we move container 4 to the right and then remove container 3, then we would have almost the same order, except the fact that there is no more container number 3. Assuming that, we can count number of moves we need to do in each step, and based on linearity of expected value, we can just sum these values, and this would be the final answer. If we want to count average number of moves we need to do to finish each next container, we need to figure out in what state our stacks would be right after we start moving it. But we know it as our values didn't change, order of our values didn't change, and we know which stack was on the top before. So we have this previous one, for example, let it be A2. There would be some containers before it, some containers after it, then our A3, and some other containers after it. Then we know that this part would be the left stack, and everything else would be the right stack. So we know, as we know the container, we know, and as no stack arrangement, we know which containers need to be moved. These are exactly containers that are between A1 and A2 and A3. So basically, we need to compute number of containers between each of consecutive containers to be removed, and sum all these values, and that would be the answer. And to compute this value, we can again use the linearity of expected value, and just sum the probability of each container being between these two. It occurs that this is actually a very simple value. If this container if number of this container is smaller than both of previous one and this one, it can never be between them. Indeed, when both of these containers are placed, it was already placed, so it would be either under one of them if it's they're in different stack and this is not between them, or it would be above both of them, which is also not between them. On the other side, if it's bigger than both of them or in between of both of them in sense of value, in sense of index, then the probability would be exactly 1/2, which can be shown by some casework. So basically what we need is to count number of values, is to sum over all number of values that are greater than minimum of AI and AI minus 1, and not before this, and not already removed. And then we need to divide it by 2 as probability is equal to 1/2, and just sum of this value would be the correct answer. Computing these values is a standard application of any data structure. For example, it can be done with binary index tree or segment tree in n log n time, which is enough for solving this problem.
I'm Maciej. I'm a software engineer. Two things that gives me a lot of energy is training sports, ultimate frisbee, and spending time with friends. I started with ICPC at high school. That's a good way to find friends. You share the same passion. Jan is my very good friend. We were in a team.
My name is Jan Tomaszewski. In 2019, me and Maciej won the CERC.
我是黄泽毅，2011年拿了亚洲赛的一个冠军。我是想说运气好。ICPC 的这个比赛其实对于我整个系统性的思维其实是起到一个重塑的作用。
I've been doing competitive programming for almost 10 years. ICPC helped me figure out my passion and helped me with career choices.
We learned a lot from ICPC, but someday the competition has got to end and we all need to transit to different things in life.
The most important thing I wanted from my job is to do something interesting.
And we were amazed about the multitude of things we can do here in Huawei. For example, our team works on algorithms and performance optimization. I wanted to have him in my team because he is a good programmer, good developer.
我是非常希望能够借助自己的算法编程，能够在行业里面去做出一番天地。如果你确实有一创新的想法，华为非常愿意支持这些新技术。
But at the workplace, it won't always be hunky-dory. There will always be problems that are difficult to tackle.
我印象中，围绕华为升腾芯片主打的一些算法，我们国内的团队其实已经苦恼了半个多月，做各式各样的一个调研，但是没有一个特别好的一个突破的一个方向。
大家有其他觉得这条路能走得通吗？能做实验吗？
But fortunately, there is always help around.
We were able to work with one another to tap on one another's strengths. There is one more person that really helps us, and this is our manager, Liang. I thought maybe this will translate, but it's not translating. He's helping with this task. He's making sure that we have everything we need to work on these tasks. He is always able to understand us. He wants to solve it as well as we want.
当我们一筹莫展的时候，东欧团队突然给我们抛了一篇理论，我也不知道该怎么用。深入去交流之后，给我的感觉是东欧的同事在幽暗的房间里凿出了一个小洞，透出了外面的光，让你一下子看到了希望。
30% improvement and with some new algorithmic idea, and we plan on patenting it.
This actually proves that what you've done is really innovative, and it's not just some boring adaptation of someone else's work.
很少有公司像华为这么国际化的一个平台，让年轻的工程师能够接触到全世界各式各样的同行者，一起讨论、碰撞，去研究课题。这是一个非常难能可贵的一个机会。
Congratulations!
I went to Huawei. I can work on what I like to do and what I'm good at.
Bigger achievements.
I hope so. In the future, I really want to be an expert in my field so that I can be successful in my career.
Maciej, please. Let's carry on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much.
Okay.
Move it to the future. I want to work on areas I'm interested in and when I can have an impact.
也希望能够更多的跟其他国度的工程师一起去做一些系统级别的创新，去做一些真正有社会意义的一些事情。
Welcome back. We are here to talk about the 46th and 47th ICPC World Finals. We are on the bank of the Nile River down here in Luxor, Egypt. And we were just talking about problem U before the break.
We'll jump back to it. It's an absolutely beautiful day. We have 102 degree Fahrenheit. It's like 40 degrees Celsius roughly.
Yeah.
Weather out here, but we got some fans, some nice breeze, and an incredible view.
Yeah.
All right, so we had a couple missing pieces of our idea for you. We'll cover those real quick here. Basically, we were pretty much right about the even and odd cases, but there were some details, so we'll explain those real quickly here. There are kind of two main forms of shapes you can make that categorize everything that is possible. One is this loop sort of thing that could be your base, and the other is this 6 curved thing with 2 straight segments that looks like this on the right. Yeah, across everything there that satisfies it. Obviously, it's very easy to extend these with 2 straight segments, so you can put 2 straight segments just on any X and then move it over by 1. And you can also, as we have here, you can use 2 curved segments to do the same thing on this lower segment. So basically, you do like a left curve and a right curve, and then a left curve, right curve on the way back.
Yeah, so you need 4 curved segments in order to extend it. And so because we can only extend it at once with 4 curved segments, we actually need kind of this like 2 separate cases in order to extend by. We actually need like these 2 separate cases. So it seems like if the number of curved segments is 2 mod 4, we need at least 2 straight segments. Do we have an easy proof of that?
Well, if it's 2 mod 4,
yeah,
I guess you can't do it with 6 straight segments is what we're claiming here. Or 6 curves alone.
Or 10 curves. Or
10 curves.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Because we could be missing some third construction that handles that, right?
So 10 curves means that we have 5 curves, 5 L's, and 6 curves means we have 5 L's and 1 R, right?
Yeah.
And 10 would mean we have 3 R's and 7 L's, right?
Yes, yes.
And having an even number of odd number of R's seems kind of bad. I don't really have a proof of that. If I were in contest, I would probably
submit it. Test or proof by AC.
Yeah.
I mean, it definitely doesn't seem possible for just 6 curves.
Right.
They're just like there's just not enough room.
Right.
But I guess, could you replace 2 of, could you turn?
Well, that would change the parity already.
And then here, and then 2 more turns?
Well, yeah, maybe. So right now we have, we want to replace this with this, and then this, and then, no, I think there is some parity thing. There's something where like on every even step you move, if you're all curves, right? We're trying to decide if we can do like 10 curves and no straights, right? So if you have only curves, then every time you have to switch between every move you have to switch between, you either move left or right, and then you move up or down, and then you move left or right, and then you move up or down, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, the number of times you move left and right has to be even, because you have to move the same number of lefts and the same number of rights.
Yeah.
And the number of up and down you move has to also be even, which
Yeah.
means that because you're only taking a left-right step every other time, then n over 2, the number of pieces over 2 has to be even, so you have to be a multiple of 4. So if they're only curves, then you do have to be a multiple of 4. I think that's right. I think I have convinced myself.
It seems legit.
So then this is actually enough. So either you're a multiple of 4 and you only need curves and then you insert straights, or you're 2 mod 4 curves and then you add these.
Straights.
Yeah, add these. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
Wonderful.
Let's take a look at this other problem. Alia Jacta Est.
Yeah, this problem has 3 solves, last I checked, maybe 4 solves. More than that, 5 solves. 5 solves in the 47th World Finals. I think the first solve was actually quite early. The first solve was, this was the first problem that Maryland, decided to solve, and they solved it at 1:13. Which is kind of an interesting way to start the contest.
University of Maryland, for those who don't know, has Colin Galen, YouTuber, quite a few subscribers, does a lot of interesting psych stuff.
Right.
But also a big competitive programmer, of course.
Yeah. But they were the first to solve it, and other teams started to solve it just around the 3-hour mark.
Well, let's take a look at it. For those of you who don't understand the title, this is Latin. It's a very famous Latin saying. Give me full screen for this, Azat. Alia Jacta Est. This is what Julius Caesar said when he had his big army that he's collected across Europe. He did all of this conquering, and the Senate told him, do not cross the Rubicon with your army. You can't take your army to march on Rome. And he decided, screw it, I'm doing it anyway. He took his army, they marched across the Rubicon, and he took over Rome by force. The only emperor to ever have done that at the time he did. Kind of people claim it as like the collapse of the Roman Senate, of the empire. So yeah, quite the saying. This is my senior quote. So I love the title. Anyway, in this game, you have a series of 6 dice, and they're fair dice. Each dice displays a single symbol, and the objective of the game is to roll the dice to create a valid word from the symbols on the top of each die. Here we have peace, which is very ironic, given the title of the problem. If you cannot form a word, you may re-roll the dice for another attempt. Suppose there are 5 dice, one with each of the letters A through E and
This is
T.
just an example.
Okay. So yeah, so they have these examples where one letter can be on multiple dice, and you have a series of 6 dice.
Yeah. And after doing each roll, you can choose some subset of them in order to that you can keep and re-roll the rest. So in this example, if you roll P, X, R, E, S, the X is a pretty bad letter for making words, right? And the P, S, and E are, in fact, pretty good matches for our word bank. So we'll keep the P, R, E, and then re-roll the X and the R, and we'll keep re-rolling.
So in this case, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and so what we're trying to do is we're trying to come up with some strategy of, given some set of dice, like, the main decision we have is when we have a set of dice, which ones do we keep and which ones do we re-roll? And given this, we have to decide, our goal is to figure out what is the actual expected number of rolls in order to be able to make a word.
So I think it makes some sense to think about this as a graph, maybe. Every state will have, we have letters and digits. Okay.
Right. So there are a lot of possible letters.
This adds up to,
symbols.
Interestingly, this adds up to 36. So this is the most that we would ever need, right? Because 26 plus 10 is 36, and there's 6 six-sided dice.
Right.
So it doesn't make sense to have any more than this.
Right.
But basically, we have 6 dice. Each have 6 possibilities. That gives us 6 to the 6 options for a state. So how big is that?
So 6 to the 6 is, it's like several thousand, tens of thousands.
Okay, let's say 20,000.
It is 50,000.
50,000. It's about 20,000.
Yeah.
What was that? Oh, wonderful. Okay. So this is 50,000.
Yeah.
And yeah, so when we're at some state,
right,
basically we need to reach one of these terminal states.
Right.
And we can pre-compute which states are terminal states just by saying for each of these, does this have the same frequency count as some word?
Right.
Okay. And then we basically need to like take a random walk where we can kind of limit the edges we pick from when we do this by choosing which dice to reroll.
Right.
But I guess there can be a lot of edges in this graph.
There can be a lot of edges in this graph. And so it's kind of interesting. I feel like because there's so many vertices, so the standard, the one thing you might try and do is you can, so there's 6 to the 6 different like face up states. There are actually 7 to the 6 states if you say like, oh, this die is question mark and these others are fixed, right?
That's, I mean, why would you do that, right?
Well, you might want to do that if you're like case working over which set of dice to keep.
But so like, is that correct though? Because like if you have some set, right, let's say you keep like your vowels or whatever.
Right.
So you keep like A, E, and O.
Right.
And then you roll these 2 other ones.
Right.
But then you get something where like A, E, and these 2 other ones would work if you change O to like anything else.
Right. So I guess what I'm saying is there are like 7 to the 6, like if you kind of break this process up into like, first you roll some dice. So you have a bunch of question marks. So your dice, you have like question mark dice and fixed dice.
Yeah.
And so every time you like roll, and that corresponds to taking question marks to fixed numbers. And then you can pick any subset of the fixed numbers to turn back into question marks. So if you allow question marks, then you have like 7 to the 6 kind of states. That's just like some number that might come up.
Sure. Okay.
It's important. The nice thing about it is it's smaller than 6 to the 6 times 2 to the 6.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
But we do this, and one thing you might try and do is you just like calculate some expected values. You do kind of an iterative algorithm. So you just say, oh, let's just assume that the values, that the cost to get to the end from these states is this much. And then it's just maybe you initialize them all to 0. And then you say, okay, well, actually, I have to roll a dice here. And then if I roll a dice, then the best thing I can do from this state is, if I have PEA, then I want to keep these PEA. And I want to roll the last 2, so then it's the average of these 36 numbers plus 1.
Okay.
Right? And you can do this iterative algorithm where you keep you start with just a random estimate, like all zeros, and then you keep running these iterations where you like make your numbers better, make your numbers closer to the actual answer.
And you just keep doing it until you're close enough that it's correct?
Yeah, it converges. I don't think this runs in time. This typically runs in time like. I think the number of iterations you do is probably similar to the number of variables you have. And the number of variables you have is...
a lot.
Yeah, it's like 50,000.
Yeah.
And each iteration takes like 50,000 time to run. And so probably we actually want to use some specific structure of this problem where fixing more dice is kind of easier to compute maybe, or is in some other way nicer than fixing fewer dice or something. For instance, kind of fixing if you have the option between re-rolling all dice and re-rolling all but this one dice, right?
Yeah.
There's kind of, for each dice, there's at least one choice where you would rather re-roll it. It's kind of like if you consider if I just have say I am committed to re-rolling the last 4 dice, and the first one is maybe a good letter, right?
Okay.
Then you just need to decide whether this letter is better than average for this dice, right? For this die.
Yeah, I had the same rough idea where it's if you have a mapping for 3,
right?
For the first 3 dice,
right?
Are these 3 dice better or worse than average?
Right.
And then.
And they have to be better than average by at least 1, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, do they? If they're better than average, you might as well keep them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So you just have to know yeah, but.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
maybe not
interesting.
Obvious.
It's not really clear. Maybe you just compare the values against average and compute it that way. I kind of I'm tempted to try and look for some like shortest path thing where you start with all the states which are terminal, right? All the states which are terminal, obviously you should just do it, right?
Yeah.
And then you can like any state which has like, you know, like 5, kind of when you re-roll a bunch of dice, right? You want to like re-roll it into, you want to re-roll the subset of dice that like has the most chances to be terminal, right? So there's kind of always if one position is very close to a bunch of other terminal positions, right? Say like there's one dice that like if you change it by 1, then like, you know, 5 of the 6 are all good, right? 5 of the 6 are all terminal. Then there's just like a set of dice, a position where this last dice is like, if you change this last dice, 5 of the 6 are good, right? Then obviously you should just take that one, right? Because nowhere else is going to give you 5 of 6 to like get to the end immediately.
Yeah, it's probably true that like, well, all right, let's think. If you have a below average start state,
right,
which is half the states,
right,
you should just reroll everything. Oh, maybe not everything. That's not
yeah,
true.
well, it's below the mean of like this set that you're considering or something, or this dice that you're considering, right?
Yeah.
I think the main thing is like, we have like a bunch of states that are like good, right? And then we also have a bunch of states that are 1 worse than average, right? We have a bunch of states where like you don't reroll this. If we're just considering like one dice and we decide whether to reroll it or not,
okay.
Kind of the shortest, the best state is like you say like, oh, this state is like a good state where I don't want to reroll this dice, reroll this one die, and that one like kind of, you never really will want to go back to the state where you do reroll all the die. You would rather like just like keep fixing forward from there. Like you'd rather keep improving from there. And then there's like you keep going and going and going until you have like enough of these die where like kind of you'd rather just like keep rolling until you get to one of those states that you've already fixed the value of. Like in some sense, this graph is like a little bit directed. You have these little pockets where you like keep re-rolling until you like get out of the pocket. Yeah. And then you have pockets where you just like fix more of the die and you like, or like you kind of get closer and closer to the end state.
Interesting.
So that's some interesting food for
there are
thought.
ideas there. I don't think we have anything too concrete, but
yeah,
maybe one of the upcoming editorials will be able to help us with that. Speaking of upcoming editorials, sounds like we've got a new editorial to show you in a few seconds here.
It looks like it'll be the editorial for problem Y.
There you go. Enjoy. We'll see you after.
In this problem we have a binary string. We can reduce any substring of the form AA to just A. What is the shortest string we can get? First of all, let us notice that we would only need 4 of transitions. Namely, we will transform 1, 1 to 1, 0, 0 to 0, 1, 0, 1, 0 to 1, 0, and 0, 1, 0, 1 to 0, 1. With first type of transition, we will replace any number of consecutive equal digits to just one such digit. So now we have a string of alternating zeros and ones. If the string is of the length of more than 4, we can remove first 2 digits from it because the next digits are the same as these 2. So after this reduction, we will leave with a string of either length 1, 2, or 3. We can easily prove that we could never reduce the string to even smaller one, because the answer is 1 is only if all the digits are the same at the start, because otherwise we will retain at least 1 copy of each of the digits. And also first and the last digit of the whole string would remain the same. So that's the difference between lengths 2 and 3. And that's about all. Thank you.
Hope you enjoyed the solution to problem Y.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at the scoreboard here. Some recent
let's
updates.
take a look at the scoreboard for. We'll first look at 46, and it looks like MIT has more submissions on problems S and Z. A lot more on Z. Looks like they're not necessarily getting closer. I think previously the analysts told us that MIT's solution for Z appears to work on small cases, but is actually getting wrong answer, is not the right complexity. So it's taking too long on the large cases. So not sure if they're trying to optimize by constant factor or if they're running, they're trying to change their algorithm or what. But they're definitely accumulating some penalty there.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know how much penalty matters for MIT.
Yeah.
I mean, within reason, because
Yeah.
they're so far ahead. They've been so far ahead for so long.
Yeah.
That really, it's just if they can get it, they're set.
Right. All other teams' ninth problems are taking much longer than theirs, and so they already have some pretty good penalty for that.
We heard the judges mention earlier that S was either the hardest or second hardest problem in the set, which is exactly what we're seeing on the scoreboard here.
Yeah. And doesn't look like anyone has. And it's not really clear if anyone has made any real progress there, but it is. And MIT also still has the only solve on X. X is the problem we were talking about with the card game that turns out to be a bit like Flow.
Yep.
It seems like no other team has managed to even really get any. No teams near the top have even really got submissions in for that problem yet. So maybe they're all still working on it.
In 47.
In 47, pull up the scoreboard. We now have a three-way tie. Well, a tie on problems at 9 problems. This is the Higher School of Economics, Peking University, and MIPT. Their penalties are all pretty close still. And yeah, the next best team has 7. So these are definitely the top 3 teams that we should be looking out for at this moment.
Jagiellonian University is they're doing quite well. 16th place overall. It's impressive.
Yeah. And so, yeah, these top 3 teams, they all have the same set of problems. No one has any submits. None of them have any submits on E or J yet. E is supposed to be a pretty hard problem, and J is the same as S. And so we'll have to keep looking to see if when they start making progress. We can actually take a peek. Should we take a peek at Higher School of Economics' screen?
Yeah, let's do that.
So
You'll notice similar patterns between S and J. Both have lots of wrong answers with not much real progress.
Right. Well,
like
that makes
quite
sense since they're the same problem.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's one of the things where it is a function of the problem. It's not just the scoreboard effect.
Yeah.
Seoul with a wrong answer on X, 4th place. Hopefully they'll be able to figure that out.
Yeah.
There is a lot to keep track of in X, as we talked about earlier, so it's easy to miss something.
Let's see if this is...
And Seoul in 47 with another submit as well.
Maybe this screen is not quite working right now.
It's like in 47, Seoul National University got an AC on problem K, moving them up in the standings. That means I think right now they're in 4th for both, I want to say. Very strong showing in South Korea.
We can take a look at what they're going to work on next. We might be able to. Oh, well, this is Lviv. It's not us. But this is the 9th place team right now. And it looks like they're kind of thinking about what to do. Maybe back to work on problem
F?
Problem F, right. Which was one of the... was that one of the geometry problems? Oh, no, that was
it looks like the train one.
That was the tray one.
Is it?
The tray one with the tilting.
Oh, with the tilting?
With you push all the 2048 one.
I was eating lunch for that part. I missed it.
Yeah. We can take... maybe we should take a look at MIT and see what they're working on.
Yeah, if we can see their screen, that'd be wonderful. I'd be very interested.
Let's see if we can pull that up. Here's MIT copy-paste. And they seem to be hard at work on... This is problem Z right now. They seem to be primarily be working on problem Z. They are...
looks like slime's on the keyboard.
Is that Mia? I can't quite tell from here.
He's on the far right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no one's on the keyboard. They're discussing with each other.
Right.
And Anton is about to make some very clear observation, sit down and start coding.
I guess this is probably problem
Hope.
I guess this is probably problem S. Maybe they're starting over again because they got wrong answer. I guess Anton is a Sea Lion user. And so it seems like Anton has only one file. And so we won't be able to tell exactly which problem that is. But out here they are, just walking around and talking. So we'll see where they go.
Can we take a look at Maryland here?
We can take a look at Maryland. Maryland in 46, right?
I think so. I don't 100% know though.
Nope.
This is of course Colin Galen.
Maryland? University of Maryland in 47. Let's try pulling them up. I'm not sure if they are available. Looks like
Don't quite have their webcam.
Looks like the webcams are not quite connected.
That's fine. That's fine. Is this their? Oh, was that their screen?
No, that's
something else.
That was Peking's screen. So we'll try and bring up their screen another time later and see what they're working on. Meanwhile, on the scoreboard, a few more teams have moved up in the 46th. There are a few more teams at 8 problems now. Looks like Seoul and Peking both recently got their 8th AC. And we are now 5 minutes away from the scoreboard freeze. So that means that the live scoreboard is going to stop updating, right? It also means that we'll stop being able to see contestants' screens, and we'll just be talking about what their submissions are, but not what their verdicts are.
I guess now is the last chance for us to take a look at some screens. So we might as well do that.
Yeah.
Can we take a look at UCF here, just to see how they're doing? My home university.
Let's take a peek.
People are claiming bias, which is 100% the case, but should be fun. I know UCF every year we have a watching party at our university. The whole programming team gets together, and I think now it's probably like 8 or 9 a.m. They've been up all night.
Right.
So if they're watching, here we go.
Yeah, it looks like we are still having some trouble loading their screen. Looks like maybe the screens actually have already gotten cut off. So
it's
we'll
possible.
see how that we'll see how we can control that.
But
for now, we can look at them on the scoreboard instead.
So let's talk about scoreboard freeze. For those of us who aren't familiar with it, Andrew, why does scoreboard freeze exist? What is it?
Well, the scoreboard freeze is, I think that it's freezes for a few reasons. One of them is just to add some suspense, right? That way, at the end of the contest, no one really knows. No one really knows who won. If a team wants to, if teams don't decide to share what problems they solved, then you actually just have to wait until the official reveal. And it adds a little suspense. I think also there's a strategic aspect. During the last hour, you no longer have this fixed mark of like, oh, I need to solve this problem by this point in time in order to pass. If the scoreboard were totally public, you could say, oh, my penalty is 20 worse than theirs. So if I see them solve it, then I should submit whatever I have. Like 19 minutes right after I see their submission. And so it makes these like very difficult strategic things a little bit harder to do. It makes them like harder to do these like very strategic, like, oh, I'll submit right at the minute that I have to. And that makes I think that makes the last hour like a little more interesting for the contestants.
Absolutely, absolutely. We'll be right back. For now, we're going to give Andrew a quick break, let him get some lunch, and we'll be back with Andre from JetBrains. Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys.
This is the solution to problem jet lag. In this problem, you are attending the World Finals and your schedule is very busy. You can have up to 200,000 activities and you wish to attend all of them. However, you are very tired, so you will start by sleeping for some amount of time. After you have slept for X units of time, you will be awake for X units of time. During this middle X units of time, you cannot go back to sleep. Afterwards, you are off of your high of being asleep, and within the next X units of time, at some point within this interval of time, you must go back to sleep. When you go back to sleep, you can then sleep for as much time as you want. However, there is a constraint that you must attend every single activity at the World Finals. So let's first solve a simpler problem. So if we want to attend every single event, but we don't have to consider the constraint of the first X units of time after we have fallen asleep, being forced to stay awake, we can employ some sort of a greedy strategy. So what we can do is we can sleep starting from t equals 0 all the way to the very first activity. And so after we have slept for that amount of time, we can then evaluate from the interval starting 0 units ahead of time to 2x units ahead of time, when we can next fall asleep, and we can just pick the best interval that lets us go for as long as possible. So in this example, we would schedule our second sleep in this interval of time, and then we would wake up right before activity 2. We would stay awake all the way through activity 2, and then we would be done. So this works in this slightly easier problem where we don't have this constraint of needing to be awake for the first X units of time. So now let's go back and reintroduce this constraint. So this constraint actually is meaningful. So if we look in the second example here, if we were to maximally sleep all the way through, and then we would run into a situation where we are forced to be awake for the whole next interval of time, and afterwards we would continue to stay awake, but then we would fall asleep in the middle of this event, and that would be unacceptable. But note that because we could have had a sleep schedule where we didn't use this constraint, what we can actually do is we can massage a solution to the unrestricted problem and then convert it to a solution to the restricted problem. So notably, the unrestricted sleep schedule would look something like this. Our first sleep is here, and then our second sleep is here, and then we would be done. But what we can do is we can just manage the first sleep such that instead of sleeping as much as possible, we sleep for just enough time that we stay awake right until the end of the first event. So our first sleep time looks like this now, and then we have this like forced awake time, and then we would have our normal second sleep segment that is just as long as it would have been in the unrestricted version. So in this problem, we were given that there were up to 200,000 activities that we could perform, and we merely have to output some sleep schedule that has at most 10 to the 6 segments. Under this construction, we can observe that in the unrestricted problem, we would have 2 times 10 to the 5 segments at most. Some might be skipped because we can get away with staying awake for longer and then sleeping for longer. In the restricted version, any such solution to the unrestricted problem can be converted to the restricted one, where we at most double the number of segments. So this is a viable strategy.
All right, welcome back. We have a guest here from JetBrains. We have Andre. Welcome. I'm so glad you could join us.
Hello.
Do you want to take a quick look at the scoreboard here and maybe cover any recent updates? We'll try and show you here. This is the 46th World Finals.
So it's still MIT having 9 and all other behind them. Okay.
We were talking during the break about some of the recent submissions from MIT that you were impressed with. Do you want to share those with the stream?
Yeah. It's they submitted R, right?
They had R, yeah. Very difficult problem.
And they submitted the 8 solution and the 9 solution one after another. So it seems that they were working in parallel, solving 2 problems simultaneously. And it's very impressive. It's very impressive. And it were not the easy problem, it were difficult problem. Because with MIT, I've seen them in Moscow final in 2021, and it was interesting because they were way ahead of others in the beginning. Why? Because there were 3 computers, if you remember.
Oh yeah.
And they could do it in parallel, solve problems in parallel. So they started to submit it 3 by 3. At the beginning, they were way ahead. But then, when the most difficult problems came, they started to get behind. And in the end, Nizhny Novgorod won. Very unexpectedly, because after the start nobody expected this. So probably they improved this technique to solve problems in parallel even more for this championship. And what about the 47th one?
We'll take a look at 47th one just a bit. There's a lot of talent on this MIT team. One of the members is, of course, the previous year's World Final champion. There's also we've got Anton Trigub, a coordinator for lots of Code Forces rounds, very well known in the community. So, yeah, let's take a look.
The third one is mysterious.
Third one is mysterious, yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. Andrew says he's very well known. I'm not friends with him personally. So here's the 47th World Finals. I'll hand it off to you.
Okay. And what is there in the first lines? Like first 3 plays?
Let's see. We'll wait for it to scroll back up here.
Yeah, it's keep going up. They don't want to show us this. Want to be a surprise, but it seems to be HSE on top. If it is, so they solved some more problems since last time I checked.
Yeah, we got lots of submissions here, especially on problems with dirt. Dirt being incorrect. Oh, we got like double scoreboard here. There we go.
Here it is. Yeah. So 2 more, Pekin and HSE, they solved the 9th problem. They had 8 last time I checked, and MIPT was the only one with 9, but now they only 3rd. Here the competition is more fierce than in 46 actually.
This will be an exciting scoreboard reveal.
Yeah.
An exciting last hour because, especially for E and J, for how hard these are, I don't believe either of them have any ACs yet. So if there's a submission for them, since the scoreboard's hidden, we really have no idea whether it's right or not. Obviously, Jay has lots of wrong submissions from lots of teams, so it'll be very exciting.
And are there any unusual submissions, like only one team solve some particular problem, but not in the leaders? I think no. Yeah, nobody solved E, nobody solved J, but. Yeah, interesting. One of the teams is trying to solve J. A lot of attempts.
Oh my goodness, we got a submit from MIT in 46. Let's go back to that.
Let's take a look, yeah.
So MIT on S. We obviously don't know if it's correct. We can't see their screen. But if anybody is watching them right now, they might be able to view their results by seeing the reactions from the teammates. Who knows? UCF, my home team, making some progress. 6 problems correct. Always good to see. All right, Andrea, I've got some questions for you about JetBrains.
Go ahead.
So yeah, I guess maybe from a less competitive programming perspective, more of a software development perspective, JetBrains has been a huge proponent of Kotlin.
Yeah.
Anything that you would recommend about Kotlin? Anything that really excites you about it from the company that helps make it?
Yeah. First of all, start using it, because I would say that amount of the adoption of Kotlin in the community is not as big as it could be. And I'm not sure whether you had a chance to see the event we had, the Tech Talk, where some of the best competitive programmings of the world, and included, were solving the problems blind mode with Kotlin. One of the things you can see there is that it is very expressive language, so you can make some things with much less amount of code than you can do it with other languages, like C, for example. And it is not important for the competition like this one, because you have enough time, so you are not in a hurry. But probably if someday there will be like a sprint or fast competition, blitz, it would matter. So we would probably do something like this another day with Codeforces or some other group.
I'm a huge fan of Kotlin myself, I gotta say.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to hear.
It has a lot of the same benefits of Python, which is that it's short and easy. But Python has all of these massive pitfalls. You have no type safety, really.
Yeah.
It's a huge mess. You can't really tell what's going on. The interpreter doesn't really know what's happening.
That was one of the idea, to give the expressiveness of languages like Python, and on the other hand, keep the type safety of Java or other strong typed languages. Yep.
And then we can move on to the next thing soon, but just to finish the point, I've worked on very large industry apps in the past. In particular for Android, and those were all built in Java. And we went through, and it was a huge company-wide priority for us to convert all of the Java things to Kotlin. There are a lot of reasons why, but specifically, there's so many weird janky things in Java that happen, right? Arrays.sort can be n-squared sometimes. This has hurt many competitors in the past. Integer equal exists. Yeah. And these are all things that Kotlin has fixed and made much more reasonable, right? If you do integer equal in Kotlin, you're using the integers and it makes sense.
I've actually been there when the Kotlin is kind of born, because I've brought Andrei Breslov, one of the fathers of the Kotlin, I brought him to JetBrains because I known him from my previous life. And the very first meeting, it started like an interview, but it turned out to language design session very fast.
Yeah.
And then Maxim Shafirov, who was the CEO of JetBrains at that point, and Andrei Breslov and Sergey Dmitriev and me, we were talking about what would be the better language look like. Actually, some of the points you mentioned is what was raised during the very first meeting. So apparently it was pain point of many.
Well, let's elaborate a little bit more on the hiring process.
Yeah.
Obviously, JetBrains is a huge sponsor of ICPC, has been for a while. Why do you think it's so important to sponsor ICPC? What is the gain from that?
There are three main reasons actually why we do that. Two of them are practical. One of them is more philosophical, I would say. And speaking of practical reasons, we hire a lot from ICPC, and we need the best, smartest people in the world in our team to invent things like Kotlin and stuff. And ICPC is a place where you can find such people. We have few of the world champions in the team, actually, so that's first reason. Second reasons, we think that ICPC is a great way to promote some of our tools. You mentioned Kotlin. There is also C-Line, which is very widely adopted by ICPT contestant. There are educational products that we try to promote through this channel, so to say. There is some synergy. For example, we have a course for Kotlin, which we prepared, and it is available for any teacher who would like to teach it in the university. It is just all of the materials, tasks, problems, lecture slides, everything. You can just download it and teach Kotlin in your university. And we promote this course actively through ICPC channels and ICPC regional manager, RCPs, right? Regional contest.
Regional contest directors? Or?
Yeah, RCDs. Thank you. We're one of the adopters of this Kotlin course. So our products promotion, it is the second reason. And the third reason, and for me it is the most important reason, is that ICPC and us, we have a similar philosophy. We would like to return to community. We would like to make people do constructive things, like make world a better place together, not fight, not make wars, not all this bullshit which we hate. And ICPC do the same. And I think that ICPC events, they promote these ideas. For example, here you have teams from everywhere. And they don't fight, they compete solving tasks.
Yeah.
And we love this very much. So that's three main reasons.
Well, yeah, thank you so much. You mentioned some of the other products you worked on. Kotlin, obviously a huge one. The other ones, I mean, I'm a huge fan of IntelliJ. Great editor. And then also the one that I've used probably more than any other one is DataGrip.
Oh, really? You did
Which
it?
is, yeah, and it's just for personal projects. It's not related to ICPC at all, but just like when you need a good SQL tool, that's what I use. I think there's maybe there's some free trial, but I have the paid version, so I enjoy it.
There must be the free trial for every our product, and also there must be the educational licenses for students, which are always free, as long as you are a student.
Yeah.
Probably with some exception, which I'm personally fighting. I think every tool should be available for students for free.
Well, it is a great tool, I can say that much about it. And I know the other SQL things that I've touched at least have been always a little janky. It seems like they're never made by someone who really understands user interface, good color schemes, and it feels like everything's made in the 19th century. So, I guess 20th century probably. But no, DataGrip, wonderful. Love the tool.
There are about 30 different products in JetBrains.
Yeah, I've seen
new ones. So,
and you got the nice, everything's got a letter and like the little curved lines or whatever. I love it. Anyway, I know you're somewhat new to like ICPC problems, but I have a question for you. Are you?
I'm Mishav, and this is the solution to the problem schedule. In this problem, we have a building in which there are n offices, and in each office there are two people, A and B. And now we have restrictions that on each day, only one person can come into each office. So for each of the days, we have to choose which person will enter each office, and we have to produce a schedule like this for a specified number of days. And now what we are going to be looking at is people from different offices being in the building together and being able to collaborate. So for instance, on the first day of our example schedule, in office 1 and in office N, there is person 1A and NA, and the same two people will meet again, let's say on day 4 of our schedule. So these people had an interval of length 3 between two consecutive meetings. And now the statement is defining in some convoluted way the maximum is isolation in terms of iterating over all possible pairs of people from different offices and taking the maximum over the intervals between consecutive days in which they are both together in the office, and they are supposed to minimize this value. And if we actually work out through what this definition is trying to tell us, we will be able to simplify the problem to the following. So we are looking for the minimum number of days such that each pair of people who are not working in the same office will meet at least once. So this is what we are trying to accomplish. And how can we do that? So for each office independently, imagine that we will find the subset of days on which person A is in this particular office. And now let's look at this collection of subsets. What can we tell? We can tell that none of these, so all of these subsets have to be incomparable in any valid schedule, because there has to be a day when there are both A's, so the day where both of the subsets have an element. There has to be AB, there has to be BA, and there has to be also BB. So the full and the empty subset are banned, and with this restriction we are trying to maximize the number of incomparable subsets. So essentially we have the lattice of all possible subsets, and we are trying to look for the maximum anti-chain in this lattice. This is called a Sperner family. And we know that the maximum size of such a family is n over the floor of n half. And this is achieved by taking all of the subsets of size exactly floor of n half or exactly ceiling of n half. And armed with this observation, we can now do the construction very easily by just iterating using, let's say, a next permutation in C++ over all subsets of one particular size. And we can prove that this will give us the optimal schedule.
All right, welcome back. We have Andrei Ivanov here. Quick question. We were talking about interactive problems. So this year, this World Finals has the second World Finals interactive problem of all time. And this one's a little bit easier. We don't need to go into the details. But interactive problems are something that ICPC has recently adapted to. They've kind of changed the structure. They were first introduced as even a possibility for World Finals in Porto, I believe. And the first one actually happened in Moscow. And it's a nice change of pace, I think. It's different in its rules. And there's another idea which is even more interesting than interactive, which, in case people at home aren't familiar with, the rough idea is instead of just reading input and submitting your answer, you read input and you submit your answer and you talk back and forth with the judge. And it allows for some different problem ideas that you haven't seen before. Well, this new idea is called a doubly interactive problem. They don't exist in ICPC at all, and they're more of just an idea. But what it would involve is instead of talking back and forth with the judge, you talk back and forth with yourself.
Wow.
So you'd have two copies of your program running at once, and they wouldn't be able to communicate except when talking through the judge. So one example is if you need to communicate some information, but maybe some of the bits get messed up. So how do you tell your other person something and have them understand the original message if some bits might get destroyed? And there are a bunch of other ideas with that, like how do you secretly communicate information, or how do you communicate something important in a shallow number of bits, where you have to encode both of the encoding and the decoding in your program in different ways. So it's an interesting thing, and I'd like to get your thoughts on what you think about kind of changing the format like that.
Yeah, well, I love it. And because of few reasons. The first reason is how does it look like for us, for watchers of this. Many people compare competitive programming with chess, and there are a lot of similarities. And with chess, in the beginning, everybody were excited with what they had. Long games, long matches, but then it started to become boring, and chess started to evolve in its competitive format, and Bliss appears, and some other formats appears. So it keeps interest. And I think that some changes in what ICPC is, without destroying the foundation, but some small changes, like when one of the problems is like you described, it would be nice. Another side of this story is that, again, I've seen this blind programming during technical talk. And some of the observations I made is that experienced competitive programmers, they think in blocks. They kind of know many different problems, and when they see the new one, they kind of just put blocks together. It was very interesting to see how they talk to one another.
Sure.
It was obvious how it looks like in their brain. And you need to drop something really new and difficult for them. So they started to think not in blocks, but out of the box to solve the problem. That's the second important thing. And the third one is actually, we had a conversation with Mike Mirzayanov today. And who is from Code Forces, And there is this Kotlin Heroes competition.
Of course.
And we are going to have them relaunch it. And at the moment we are talking 2 competitions a year. And from my perspective, it's not enough. We need more. But when I'm talking that we need more, what Mike says to me is that, the good problems is a scarce resource. There are not so many of them. And we cannot spend all of them for Kotlin Heroes. We want them for other competitions too. And I think that if you add different kind of problems, it would open a lot of possibilities to increase the amount of problems created, so we can have more Kotlin Heroes. So I really like the idea.
No, it's totally true, yeah. And there have been a lot of instances where interactive problems have, just the nature of interactive problems has allowed for a bunch of other problems which otherwise would have, it doesn't make sense to ask them. Because the whole thing is just, you can do Moz. right? In most, it's an end-root-end solution, and it prevents you from doing any of these interesting observations. But as soon as we force it to be online, either with some, annoying encrypting the input thing or just making it an interactive problem, it allows you to focus on like that interesting thing you mentioned that prevents just some concrete block from solving everything, right?
Yeah.
Or the same thing, you have like some string algorithms like hashing, they're just overpowered, they can do anything.
Yeah.
But if you find some way of introducing some constraint, then all of a sudden you unlock these new problem ideas which you didn't otherwise have. So yeah, it's one of the great parts about Doubly Interactive as well. And no, totally agree. The speed contest thing is another interesting thing, something similar to like a chess blitz.
Yeah.
Other than blindfold, do you have any other ideas on how to maybe make that interesting? Blindfold was, of course, very interesting with
blind is more
tourists and
about
stuff,
fun for spectators
it's true.
than for interest for the participants. Blitz is interesting because Blitz it requires you to use, as I mentioned, shorter constructions, for example, or shorter blocks, because you have only that much time. Anything else? Yeah, well, I will think about it. So I'll probably tell you next time.
Sure, yeah. No, it sounds like a plan. Well, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for having me.
We'll have you take a step, get back into the air conditioning in the wonderful contest room.
That's a plan.
But it's great to meet you, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Wait, editorial in 2?
Is the editorial in 2 minutes? Oh, yeah. Welcome back. Can you hear me? I don't know. I can see myself.
I can see David.
Welcome back. We have our analyst Nick here.
Hello.
Here to give us some of the analyst perspective of how the contest has gone so far.
Yeah, well, now that the scoreboard is frozen, they cut off all my access. So I asked the analytics head if I could come down here, and he told me to don't stay for the full hour. So I'm already in a bit of trouble.
Well, we only have a couple minutes left here. We got 45 or so, 30, only 30. We started early. Keep forgetting. 30 minutes left of contest. And any observations from the analysts so far? Different from what you'd expected from the contest, maybe?
Yeah, so initially we had a prediction that problem R was going to be really hard. In fact, we thought it would be harder than problem S, but the contestants seemed to have really preferred it. And that's like the biggest surprise for us.
Did you expect S to get as many wrong answers as it has?
I expected to get a lot of wrong answers, but I expected teams to solve it before the freeze. So I'm very surprised it hasn't been, or it wasn't solved before the freeze. So I'm excited to see how many teams solve it after freeze. And I swear I have no access, so no one, please don't ask me if I know, because I definitely don't.
Yeah, I think like although we have access to all of this information from the analysts and the judges and stuff. We get to see all the submissions. We have both queues lined up here very nicely. I feel like there's some information people have just in the nature of being in the same room as MIT on their last submit, for example. That tells you like, did they get up and start cheering? Because if they did, that tells you something about the contest. Obviously, we're limiting what we're showing of the contest floor here somewhat intentionally. Want to make sure there's an exciting scoreboard reveal. But yeah, you can see just a flood of submissions on the right here from all sorts of teams.
Yeah, it's the final hour, and it's been a long 5 hours, or I guess 4.5 so far, coming in on 5, and these teams they're gonna try to squeeze in that last problem. There's a popular strategy where you don't say that the contest ends at minute 300. You say that the contest ends at minute 270, like right now, and you reserve the last 30 minutes for submit the craziest ideas you have. Maybe one of them will work.
Maybe there's a chance that just hypothetically, if you cut spheres into equal sized heights, everything is just equivalently valued.
Yeah, and then you just take the arithmetic mean.
Yeah, who knows? Something like that might just be the case.
Yeah, I was peeking at the submissions of some of the top teams and looking at some of the different approaches. Like, I got really invested in Seoul National University. So I know
which one for 46.
46.
All
Seoul
right. 46.
So I got invested in their story. One of their team members sadly fell ill during the event. He's on the floor and he looks to be doing just fine. He's writing code. Everything's normal. But like, I found out today that like the heat got to him a little bit, and I was really shocked because I hadn't heard from him. I was looking for him like to come say hi, and I didn't find him. So I've been following them and looking at their code really carefully. There's a pretty big group of competitive programmers in Korea right now. They're all watching and they're all cheering on all of the Korean teams. Shout out to everyone there.
Yeah, no, I mean, the heat getting to him is very understandable. It's 4:20 p.m. and it is blazingly hot.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
It is 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's like 40 Celsius. We've been out here for almost 5 hours. They're in air conditioning, so it's more reasonable, I think. But still, it is.
Apparently, it's kind of hot in the tent because there have been balloons popping, and contestants are complaining because they earned a balloon, and then it just pops. Like that's not allowed.
They're popping because of the heat?
Yeah, they're popping because of the heat. Because hot air, it expands and then pop.
Yeah, they've got some massive generators like flooding AC into the room, but I guess with that many people, it's hard to keep up.
Yeah, hopefully those teams can recover their balloons. But I wonder what happens when they go outside. Are they all just gonna all pop in the heat?
Who knows? If you were a betting man, Nick, what do you think the odds are that at least one of these two contests will result in a perfect set? And can you explain what a perfect set is?
Yes. So some people, not me, I gotta insist it's not me, but some people believe that there are 3 attributes to a perfect set. One is every problem gets solved. So no problem was useless because no team solved it. 2 is every team solved a problem, so no one goes home feeling bad that they came to a contest and sat around for 5 hours and didn't get a single balloon. And then third and most importantly is no team solved every single problem in their contest. Because, then
they're bored. They have nothing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, if I remember correctly, in 46, they've already hit One of the constraints, namely every team solved a problem.
Every team solved a problem, yep.
I think 47 may... 46 had the easier problem, if I remember. 46 had problem Y, the compression problem, where you had like the binary string to compress it.
Yeah.
47 had the arithmetic mean problem, which is very subtle. I think it's like, I don't know, some teams haven't gotten it yet, so we'll see if they finish it up. But I don't think either set will be perfect. I think problems E and Z will both go unsolved.
It's too hard.
Just way too hard.
Yeah, makes sense. One of the, I guess the judges weren't quite sure how hard it would be. They said earlier, you heard John Clevenger say, they reserved the right to freeze the scoreboard early, but by default it'll be in the last hour to maintain suspense. So yeah, who knows? We'll have an editorial coming up soon. Do you know if we have editorials for all the problems or just some of them?
Only some of them. Only some of them are getting recorded right now.
Some are way too hard. All right, here we go. This is problem K. Hope you enjoy.
Hello, I'm Mishav, and this is the solution to the problem Alia Jacta Est, meaning the die is cast. In this problem, we are given at most 6 dice, and on each face of each die there is a letter. And in addition to the dice, we are given a dictionary or word list with valid words. The length of these words is exactly the same as the number of dice we have. And we are trying to roll the dice in such a way that on the top of the dice we can read one of the valid words. After the roll, we can rearrange the dice to spell the word. And the exact rules of the game are as follows. So at the beginning, we roll all of the dice. And after each roll, we can look at the current situation. If we can spell a word, we are done. And if not, we can select an arbitrary subset of dice and re-roll them. And the goal is to choose our actions in such a way that we minimize the expected number of rolls. Now, this is clearly a state problem. In this situation, the most straightforward way to determine the states is that the state is what is currently on the dice. And from each state, we have a number of transitions that first we can make our selection, what is the subset of dice we are going to reroll, and then a selection is made uniformly at random for each of the reroll dice, what is the new top face, saying what is the new letter we got on this particular die. So if we do it in this straightforward way, what we will get is 6 to the 6 states. This is roughly 50,000, but then the number of transitions would be way too large. And we have to be a little bit more smarter about this, and as usually we can do a trade-off by increasing the number of states but decreasing the number of transitions. And one of the examples of this is already on the screen. So we have current state with the letters on the individual dice, and the order of dice matters. So the first die has C, the second one has X, the third one has B. And now we can make a choice, either to replace any one of the dice by a wild card, saying that this is one of that we are going to reroll. So let's say we make this choice, and then we can make another such choice and select another die to be re-rolled. And after that, once we are happy, we can make a selection that now is the time when we are actually going to roll the dice, and all of the edges so far were free, and now we are paying 1 for actually going to roll. And we are going to a new type of a state, and in this state now, again, 1 unknown die at a time, we can roll those dice, and again, always make a uniformly at random selection from 6 possible states. So if we model that problem like this, the state graph already becomes small enough. There are roughly 7 to the power of 6 possible states, and from each state there is only a constant number of transitions, so it's small enough. And now for each vertex of this state graph,
Hey, we are back, and very quickly, as the 46th and 47th World Finals wrap up, I want to invite the host for the 47th World Final to give us a few words. For the 48th World Final to give us a few words.
Okay, hello. I am Bahit Matkarimov. I am ICPC contest director for Kazakhstan, and next ICPC World Final will be in Astana City in Kazakhstan in September this year, and I am welcome all contestants, all ICPC community, RCD, guests to our country to participate in next World Final. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for that. And yeah, so
you may ask questions.
Oh,
yes.
okay, yeah. So, so it's going to be happening in September. Is there anything you're excited about? To put on?
Astana City is one of the coldest city in the world. The coldest city in the world is Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia, and we take a second place, fortunately. But you know, September is quite nice time. This is autumn, beginning of the autumn, and I hope that the weather conditions and other natural conditions will be okay. Anyway, you need some coats when you come here, but it will not be very cold, so the weather and everything will be nice.
Yeah, I've been to Almaty before.
Oh yes, Almaty is our old capital,
right?
And it's on the south. And Almaty is a mountain area, a completely different climate. And Astana is a central part of Kazakhstan, so climate little different. Yes. We planned Almaty and Astana. It was hard to choose between these two cities. Almaty seems more attractive. Astana is located in the area without some natural attractions. There are many natural attractions. For example, in the May, birds who fly from south to the north. You know these birds. A lot of birds, including flamingo, they arrived in some nearby of Astana, and then they fly back. But in September, in September you will see in city I never see this, but something interesting from in sense of wild world from nature it's happened. But we don't have mountains. We have small lakes. We have fishing, and well, we will show our attractions. This is nice new built city. You will be it will be fun for all participants to see, to look, because the city created just in 10 or 20 years, yes.
Mhm.
Before it was about 300,000 population. Now it's over 1 million, so which is very fast growing city.
Yeah.
And there are many interesting attractions inside city also.
What do you kind of is there any can you tell me about like the technology sector in Astana?
Technology sector?
Yeah. And just like any other companies or things that contestants might be interested in.
Well, Kazakhstan is our country is not a technological leader now,
Mhm.
but we plan to be. This is one of the most important reason is to develop, competitive programming in Kazakhstan. So why we are interested to do World Final, yes. And formally, this city planned as capital. So this is mainly governmental functions. So ministries located and many, but we have new universities. We're creating universities. So for example, Nazarbayev University is one of the most famous international university in Kazakhstan, and it's located in Astana. Also, we are opening branches of foreign universities. You will be surprised that we have some branches of American universities, for example. We have a branch of Moscow State University, etc. We have also our national university. It's called Eurasian National University, named Lev Nikolaevich Gumilev. This is a big university in Astana. And science development, we have Astana Hub. So ICPC main venue will be Expo venue. In 2017 we Expo 2017 was in Astana, and we have a big venue, and there are after this venue all these buildings used for startups and for university. So Astana IT University also located in the same venue where we will make ICPC World Final in September. Yes.
Yeah. Is there anything you want to tell contestants to be ready for when they?
Oh, good luck. Good luck for contestants. Try to prepare. Try to solve these tasks. We see this double World Final here, and it's interesting to watch it. Interesting to see how they are solving. The level of task always increasing, and we are still at this time is a time when a monitor is frozen, but we are all waiting, and we don't know who will win.
Are there any teams you're rooting for in this ICPC?
Yes, Kazakhstan teams. We for this double World Final, 6 teams for Kazakhstan advanced. So this is a record for us. Unfortunately, one team didn't come by some, ICPC in Egypt. It's a dramatic history, Sharm el-Sheikh cancelled, and now, but we are really happy and extremely thankful to Egypt team, to Academy of Science of Egypt, to all these volunteers, and thank you for hospitality, because you see, organization is beautiful here, really beautiful.
All right, thank you. Do you have anything? Do you have anything else to share about Kazakhstan?
No, thank you. I just would like to say welcome. All
right, and we'll see you. We'll see you next year not next year, September.
Yes. No, not next year. This year.
This year in September.
Just a few months. Yes.
In just a few months.
Yes, just a few months. So it's quite easy to come to Kazakhstan. About 60 countries, no visa. So we will arrange visa. There are a lot of flights. From any part of the world.
Right.
So
it's very easy from Europe. It's pretty easy.
It takes a long time, yes.
Yeah.
About 4 hours, 7 hours, but actually most of companies of our neighbors, they have direct flights to Astana, so there is no problem to come to us. and to get visa and to participate in World Final.
Yeah.
So
The hardest part is qualifying.
Yes. Qualification already ended.
Yeah.
So we know a list of teams.
Yeah. Well, then good luck to all the teams at the 48th World Finals.
Yes. Good luck and welcome. Yes.
We'll see you there.
Thank you very much.
So we are now at 10 minutes left in the contest, and I think we will just start counting down the teams. I think the scoreboards have been frozen, so not too much is going to change, and so we will take a quick break and then be back in a minute.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah, let's take a quick look at the frozen scoreboards one more time. It seems like there have been some submissions on various problems. There's no real sign if any of them are going to pass. We don't actually have contestant computers or anything, but we are able to look at what they've submitted. And in this case, MIT has only submitted additionally to S. So it looks like they don't have any further progress on Z. And other teams have submitted to X, and some have also submitted to S or Z. So we don't quite know what'll happen at the before the end of the round, but teams are looking to get their final few submissions in the last 8 minutes. Near the bottom of the scoreboard, we can see that actually every team has solved Y already, which is very good. It means that we set like a good problem that that is actually a reasonable level of difficulty for the whole contest. Let's take a quick look at the 47th scoreboard. Here, I guess the top teams really have been quite stuck. A few teams further down the scoreboard have submissions on J. We'll see if any of them are correct. Tsinghua, it looks like, has 8 problems that they've, 10 problems that they've submitted to. And so if they pass, they actually would manage to win the contest. But as we've seen, J and S, which are the same problem, have a lot of is a very hard problem and has a lot of possibilities of a lot of possible wrong solutions. So we'll definitely have to wait until the reveal to see whether they solved it or not. But as is, the top teams look pretty set. The top 3 teams of HSE, Peking University, and MIPT are essentially guaranteed gold medals at this point, since only one other team has even claimed 10 problems. Let me see if we can scroll through the scoreboard. Looks like the scrolling isn't working, so we can't really look further down the scoreboard. But this is pretty much the final state. We do see a few more teams. We can see in the queue that MIT is still submitting on S. HSC is still submitting on Z. And some other top teams are, they're still sending in their submissions. One thing I'll point out is that actually we don't know if a team, just because a team has stopped submitting to a problem doesn't actually mean that they've solved it. They haven't solved it. Or sorry, just because a team is continuing to submit to a problem doesn't actually mean they haven't solved it yet. In this case, we actually don't reveal either correct or incorrect submissions. And so we just track all the submissions. And if maybe the third one is correct, teams can keep continuing to submit, and it might look like they're still working on the problem, but actually they're just trying to hide the fact that they've already passed the problem. Penalty doesn't count for submissions that are after your first correct submit. Don't accumulate penalty. So teams are kind of free to do this if they think it would if they would like to hide their performance a little bit. At the same time, teams are not allowed to make too many submissions because that might bring down the judge. So teams can do a couple extra submissions if they really want. I think it probably doesn't give you much advantage, but it is something to keep in mind as a spectator. Going back here, yeah, MIT is continuing to submit S, and I think Slime has been known, Mia has been known to send extra submissions at the end of the contest. So we'll really have to see whether they solved it or not. Just looking at the contest hall, we can see all the spectators. These are the spectators in the background. They are all the seats in the background are all seating areas for coaches and other spectators. And I think here we're looking at mostly the 47th. We're looking at the 47th World Finals team area because I think the signs are all green. Here's Harbor Space University, hard at work. Harbor Space was definitely one of the favorites, and they're doing pretty well. They have 7 problems, potentially 8 or 9, and that could definitely put them into like reasonable contention. They have many submissions on J, so they're probably continuing to work on that and refine their solutions. Besides that, teams are continuing to work. We can see all the balloons that teams have accumulated. There are some. The first to solve balloons are really pretty this year. They're letter balloons. Wow, that's very cool. Usually they're just like gold balloons in the same color, but the letters are actually a great touch. I like that a lot. So we're getting down to the 3-minute mark. So after this, teams will go to a separate secret site for the closing ceremony. We have not. I think it will be a secret until we arrive there and start streaming. And teams will eat dinner, and then an award ceremony will be in a few hours after that. So as we sit here, yeah, we can see that there are still more submissions to problem Z. Harbor Space is still submitting. Teams are still submitting to problem S as well. And on the other side, U Tokyo is submitting to B. So they're hoping to get their 8th problem or 9th problem. And yeah, we'll see how these things shape up. At the bottom of the 47th scoreboard, it seems like all but one team all but 2 teams have solved at least one problem. There are actually several different problems that teams have solved. Some teams have solved G, some teams have solved A, some teams have solved I, which is actually some nice diversity to see. It means that different teams have different strengths, and these problems are all like approachable but in different ways. So that's pretty good. That's pretty cool to see. But yeah, hoping we will let this contest wrap up, and then we will send you guys over to a quick break right before the award ceremony. MIT is continuing to get their last-minute submissions in S, and many other teams are also. All teams are trying to get their last-minute submissions in. Many of these submissions may be wrong because, as you're running out of time, penalty matters much less, because if you get a problem correct, it's worth more. Getting a problem correct is worth more than any amount of penalty. So all these teams are continuing to submit and try different approaches. It's definitely possible that they're either faking, or maybe they have a solution that's slightly too slow or has some constant that they want to tune, and then teams can sometimes try and tweak a constant from 10 to 20 or 10 to 100 to 1,000 and see if that affects their runtime.
All right, we got 30 seconds left in contest. We'll be going on the floor in just a second to get some interviews from some of the teams. But we obviously don't want to cross the red line. The competitors are still trying to get the most points. 3, 2, 10 seconds left.
Please remain in your seats. Now,
we're going to try and get the coaches because I think
to be in the floor. Please, coaches, to join in the floor of the teams, but the teams cannot get out.
Right here.
Now, allow the coaches to be in the floor. Coaches, join in the floor of the teams.
Peking University, would you guys like a 5?
30 minutes to take you to the closing ceremony. Buses will be ready to take you. We will leave at 5:30. So be ready. Buses is outside.
All right, we got MIT here. Anton. For those of you who don't recognize him, this is Anton Trigub. He has a beard, a completely different person. What were your thoughts on the problems today?
I was very surprised by the quality of the problems today.
Surprisingly good?
Surprisingly good. So judges had 2 years and probably they prepared only one problem set. So this is how we should do it in the future. Just give them 2 years every single time. You know, merge every 2 consecutive finals. Like problems were actually code forces quality at least. Some were maybe at coder quality. There was only one geometry. You know, that's already an improvement. Yeah, like, on big
You
plus.
got the convex hull as geometry?
Yeah, yes.
Convex hull one, and then what about the pyramid unfolding? Do you guys not have the pyramid unfolding?
Oh, sorry, I did not read it. So
okay.
Yeah, I only know about convex hull one.
Okay.
Okay.
Otherwise, good problems?
Good problems, like thanks to the authors. Yeah, anything else you want to ask me?
If you had to guess, without spoiling anything for the contest reveal, what do you think will be the least solved problem this year?
The least solved?
Yeah.
Z.
That same thing as some other teams. It's a common, yeah.
Okay, I hope that you asked those teams about which I am wondering whether they solved Z. Okay.
We won't spoil any of that. But
okay.
We were talking to Andrew about it. There's some factory ideas for Z, but we don't have anything concrete. So yeah, it's tough.
Can I know how many problems did Piotr Tourist and like Soon solve?
You can. It's on their live stream, but I don't know personally, so I can't tell you.
Okay.
But yeah, good luck on the scoreboard reveal, Anton. It's great to see you, and we love seeing MIT do great. All right, see you around. Bye. Peking, we may have missed your interview, but it's good talking to you guys. With the live stream, we'll see. Who do we want here? CMU, do you guys have time for a quick interview? Quick.
Yeah, like the real power horse is away.
All right. Thank you. We'll see you later, I guess. All right, let's go to 47. Here we go.行吧，吴老师，那我在那边等你们啊。Let's go HC. What? Oh, HC. All right. Where's HSC? Right here? HSC, you guys free for a quick interview? Quick post-contest interview? Yes, wonderful. What were your thoughts on the problem set today?
It was interesting problems. I like maybe problem F because I know with construction about past problems and it was easy to solve for me.
And which one was F?
Other problems I just write code and don't think much. My teammates tell me solution.
Of the geometry problems, which ones did you enjoy the most? We had the convex hull one and the pyramid unfolding, right?
Oh, I think the problem where need convex hull is more interesting because pyramid just like two ternary search and it's boring.
We got a lot of compliments on that problem. Anton Trigub from 46, he liked it as well as his favorite, the convex hull one. Overall, would you say that of the two problems that were most difficult, which one do you think will be least solved by the scoreboard reveal?
Can you repeat?
Of the two most difficult problems, which one do you think will be least solved after the scoreboard reveal?
I think no one solved or yeah on J because it's two hard problems, but I think yeah is easier. We try to solve and maybe solved, who knows. And J, it's some DP we think, but constraints are very high.
It's true, it's true. Any advice for newer teams who are just joining ICPC for the first time, whose dream is to make it to World Finals? Any advice?
Advice. Okay, just try your best and don't be worried when you solve less problem when many hours. For example, in first half we don't solve one easiest problem. It's problem A. We have a small bug, and when we fix it and get up in scoreboard, that's why you don't need to be so worried about table, scoreboard, or something like this.
And then, wonderful, wonderful answer. And last question, which data structure is your favorite if you had to pick one?
I think kinetic segment tree.
Kinetic segment tree?
Yes, yes.
I'll have to learn that one. I've never heard of it. Thanks so much. Great talking to you. And best of luck in the scoreboard reveal.
Go next.
Peking University, would you guys mind a quick post-contest interview? Quick interview? All right. What were your thoughts on the problem set today?
It's difficult, especially E and J.
E and J?
Yeah. We almost solved E at last, but we didn't get the luck. We are not lucky to pass E.
Any thoughts on whether E or J will be least solved? Which one do you think will be harder for the other contestants?
We think J is much harder.
Was that the one with the triangles and the levers?
The rivers.
Oh, the bridge one.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, interesting. All right, of the geometry problems you saw today, which one do you think was the most approachable?
Geometry?
There was one geometry that was unfolding the pyramids from the top. That was really easy. And what about the one with the convex hull?
Convex hull.
That's also easy, but the statement, we made some mistakes on the statement
And reading it?
Huh?
When you were reading it?
Yeah, and waste some time.
What was your favorite problem of the day?
B. I don't know. Probably B, maybe.
B, which one is that?
Yeah?
Which one was B? What was it about?
The one
constructive problem. Would you construct some solution for this?
Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't know if we got to that in the stream. Wonderful. Anything else you'd like to say to the teams at home watching? Any words of encouragement or advice?
Sorry to disappoint you guys.
Oh. No, you guys did great. It was wonderful watching you on the scoreboard. Last quick question. Favorite data structure?
We didn't remember any data structure.
You don't remember any data structures? Not for the no, favorite, just like Fenwick trees.
Favorite data structure. 你最喜欢的数据结构？
Yeah.
你最喜欢什么数据结构
？Maybe segment tree.
Segment tree. All right. You're going to the classic. Wonderful. Well, thank you guys so much, and best of luck on the scoreboard reveal. Thank you. All right.
最后连个随机数据都过不去。
We take NYU. NYU, do you guys have a quick minute for a post-contest interview? Yeah.
Sorry, just taking a picture.
All right, picture first. I'll get out of it. What do you think was the most interesting problem of the set, the most unique?
That's a hard question to answer.
I think it's A.
The interactive?
Interactive.
Yeah, 'cause it makes you think it makes it look like, we actually found a solution. I don't know if it's the only solution, pretty quickly, but it makes you look like, maybe you need to do something adaptive for it to work, or at least like that's kind of what we were thinking at some point. But then we realized, oh, we actually just have a bug in our Gaussian elimination, and we were just doing it wrong. But it makes you like not really sure how you're supposed to approach it. So.
Did you have a hard-coded 5 questions that you asked?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what were yours so we can see them? Is it 100, 010, 001?
We picked like random numbers, like one was like 937, one was like 258.
Oh, and then you did Gaussian.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Did you try any of the geometry problems today?
We did problem D, yeah.
And what were your thoughts on that? Have you seen Carl the Ant in any previous problems before?
I've seen, so there was, I don't know if his name was Carl, but there was an ant in the New York regional 2 years ago. And that one was actually online, so we were like, we were allowed to like look up like any online resources. So I know there's problems like that where you're supposed to unfold the net.
Exactly.
And we didn't actually get that problem in the regional, even though we had like all the resources.
Did you get it today, or
we got it today?
All right.
Not by unfolding anything, by just doing like a ternary search on the optimal point in the pyramid.
You ternary search for both pyramids.
Yeah.
So nested ternary search.
Yeah.
That's awesome. We had like 5 people look at it in the stream. Nobody even thought of that. That's really clever. No, wonderful. All right, and that you get your error small enough, and it's log squared runtime.
Yeah.
That's clever. Yeah. It works. Everyone has seen the unfolding idea, so we all tunnel vision down that. But that's a really cool idea.
Last time I tried writing the unfolding idea, we just kept getting wrong answer, and we never actually got it. So
Wonderful. Did you see the convex hull problem? Did you get to that one?
We did not.
Should I spoil which one it is? Or do you not want to know?
What's that?
Do you want to know which problem is convex hull? It'll spoil an idea about it if I tell you.
You could tell us which one.
It is. Oh man, now I don't have a convex hull. Yeah, there's one that's convex hull. This dice one. No, yeah, the dice one. It's convex hull. It looks like math, but it's actually convex hull. Very scary.
I don't think I would have gotten that, so now I can actually think about it and try it again.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much for the interview, and best of luck on the scoreboard reveal. All right.
Thank you.
Good to talk to you. All right. Stanford, let's see. Stanford, are you from Stanford? All right, we got MIT here. Anton. For those of you who don't recognize him, this is Anton Trigov. He has a beard, a completely different person. All right, we got MIT.
Supposed to unfold the net.
Exactly.
And we didn't actually get that problem.
Point. So it is always only 2 things. You're right. We didn't even make that.
Not a close one, no.
It seems pretty tough. Convex hull problem. Did you get to that one?
We did not.
Sure. Stanford. Are you from Stanford? You're a coach. Is the team here? You guys Stanford? There we go. You guys have a second for a quick post-contest interview? All right. What are your thoughts on the problems today?
They were hard. Well, 5 of them were not bad, but the others were harder.
And then a steep cliff.
Yeah, there was a pretty steep cliff. For sure.
All right, of the ones on the other side of the cliff, which ones were you most interested in?
We were pretty close to F.
Which one is F?
F is like one of the grade that you shift around.
The tiling.
Yeah.
The tile is moving.
That was like the only one I didn't read.
Okay.
Was it good though?
It seemed to be a lot of
very implementation. I wrote down like 300 lines.
All right.
And then it was buggy.
Yeah.
So.
Which problem do you think was the most interesting today?
Maybe K. K was great.
Which was K again?
It was the dice. So another dice problem, but it was the ones with letters on them that you want to like form words from. Find the strategy which like gets you faster.
Did you have a solution idea for that? In the stream room, we weren't able to come up with anything.
Not a close one. No. But
it seems pretty tough. Yeah. What about? Did you do the dice one with?
That was C.
Yeah. Did you guys get that one? C.
No, we came up with a good-ish idea that you should only consider like 2 coordinates or something, but that seems maybe wrong, maybe right. We weren't sure.
2 coordinates, as in think about the
2 numbers on the dice.
Yeah.
Can have more than 2. Can have. Oh no, you're right. You're right. Yeah. So.
But then like, okay, that's O bent squared easily.
It's true, and your dice might have like an infinite number of things. Yeah.
Consider like a distribution rather than.
You want a hint?
Sure.
That problem is convex hull.
Oh God. Oh wait, it is. We have the lines. We've solved we have the equation.
You have the equations? Yeah. It turns out it's convex hull, and you only want something on the perimeter, and that's always going to be between 2 points. So it is always, it is always only 2 things. You're right.
Okay.
We didn't even make that observation in the stream, but it's true.
So we solved it the opposite direction.
No, very cool. Any advice for teams whose goal is to make it to World Finals in the future?
Be consistent. There's a lot of like levels that you have to go through, and you have to do like pretty well in all of them.
Very good.
Is pretty key.
Do a lot of practice.
Don't be afraid to give up the computer for someone else.
There you go. All right. And last speed round question: what's your team's favorite data structure?
Sector.
It's the common one. Yeah, everybody loves it. Well, thank you guys so much, and best of luck in the scoreboard reveal.
Thank you.
All right, let's get. Oh, UT Dallas is gone. All right. Tokyo, do you guys have a second for a quick post-contest interview? Yeah. What were your favorite problems for today?
For me, problem B is the best problem.
And which one was that?
Yeah.
Which problem was that? What was it about?
About scheduling the members of.
Scheduling one?
It's difficult to explain. Schedule the meetings and make the collaboration with many people.
Gotcha. We have Anton Trigub in from MIT in the 46th championship. He's a Code Forces coordinator. Would you say this contest had more or less implementation than Code Forces problems? The more implementation heavy or less? Compared to Code Forces round. More?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, sounds good. We'll do a couple quick questions here. What's your team's favorite data structure?
Link top 3.
That's a new one. Very cool. I like that one.
Top 3.
Top 3, okay.
Data structure.
Favorite data structure.
Suffix already.
There you go. Wonderful. And then last one, we've been asking all the teams this. Any advice for new teams whose goal is to make it to World Finals?
Practice. That's nice.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Anything else?
It's good to meet in one place
And compete together.
And one PC and one keyboard.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. Any from you?
次ワールドファイナルに来るチームたちにアドバイスで。Participate code forces more all code forces.
All right. Yeah, very good.
Great.
Last one. Favorite balloon color?
Gold.
The gold one. First
Yes.
all. Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your performance today, and best of luck on the scoreboard reveal. All right. We'll do one more here. One more. Seoul National University. Did we get them before? No. No. All right. So do you guys have a quick minute for a post-contest interview?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah? What were your thoughts on the problem set today?
Yeah, it was nice. I like some problems. Like
which ones?
My best was fee. Yeah, I like the fee.
Is this the convex hull one?
Yeah, right. So yeah, it was really interesting that the problem is kind of transformed into convex hull problem. I really didn't expect it.
Yeah.
At first, and yeah.
I thought the same. When we were covering it in the stream, I thought the same thing. I'm like, oh, that's
yeah.
super cool.
Right. Yeah, it was really fun to solve these problems.
Of the geometry ones, was this your favorite? Did you like the unfolding the pyramids?
Yeah, it was good too. Yeah. Yeah, but like.
Did you do this with unfolding or with ternary search?
With unfolding. Yeah. Like, is it right? Like you just flatten the side and try to connect them in a straight line, right? Yeah.
There's another idea that some team got. I didn't even think about it till I talked to him. You can ternary search the intersection point here and here.
Oh, I see.
And then you don't need any unfolding logic.
Oh. Yeah. That's great.
That should be much simpler implementation, and I implemented the solution, the unfolding solution, and I had such hard time debugging it because the unfolded triangle may intersect with each other.
Yeah.
And then this edge case was rather hard to handle, but anyway, I got accepted, so I don't care.
Actually, I didn't know the detail because I just say you can just unfold and that's the answer. And I didn't realize about any problems. And yeah, there was some
Very cool.
cases, yeah.
Very cool. We're doing a couple questions to every team. What's your team's favorite data structure?
Maybe it will be boring answer, but my favorite is segment tree.
Segment tree.
Yeah,
that's the classic. Everybody loves
classic.
And
then me too.
Yeah. All right. Any advice to new teams whose goal it is to make it to World Finals?
Just practice. That's all it takes.
Yeah, I think the same.
All right, practice.
And have a good teammate. Yeah, have a good teammate. All
right.
I didn't do any implementation.
Yeah.
This contest.
Lots of problem solving though.
Yeah.
Practice is most important, and I think team practice is also important, but individual practice is the most important thing to get a good result in the ICPC contest.
We had a Code Forces coordinator in the 46th championship, and he thought overall, do you have any recommendations to the problem authors for future years? More problems like C?
Yeah.
All right. Wonderful. Well, thank you guys so much, and best of luck on the scoreboard reveal.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. All right, that's all for today. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in a couple hours when we have a scoreboard reveal.